I'd like to welcome everyone to the, we're actually on May the 14th. Actually, this is a first detailed budget presentation. We had an overview from our county manager last Thursday, and so we've had a week of digesting a 250-page notebook or something, as well as the school budget document, about 100 pages, so we've been have some reading time. We have a lot to do today, and I'd like to mention that if anybody needs to do a recess at times, just raise your hand, we can take breaks, but we've got a lot to go over today. So without further ado, it is a pleasure to introduce our county manager, and certainly I'd like to begin by thanking all the staff as well as her for all the work they did in putting together this. It's been a pretty complicated budget year. And actually a little stressful, just from a revenue standpoint, and that always creates lots and lots of angst in dealing with that. So you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Commissioner, staff, and guests. So last week I presented the fiscal year 27 budget and provided an overview of the key priorities, revenue assumptions, and challenges that shaped this year's proposal. Today's session is intended to build on that presentation by taking a deeper dive into the details of the recommended budget. We'll walk through major expenditure areas, key cost drivers, and provide additional context behind staff recommendations. You'll also hear directly from our superintendent of Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, as well as from Dr. Kenzie Lee of Forsyth Tech Community College regarding their budget requests and priorities as education continues to represent the county's largest investment. We do anticipate our session today lasting until approximately 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, though we certainly hope to conclude sooner. Our goal is to ensure the board receives the level of detail needed to help guide your decisions as we move through the budget process. As the chairman stated, we'll take breaks as needed. We can also pause for lunch depending on how long the conversation progresses. And we certainly appreciate your time and engagement and look forward to a productive discussion today. So first up is going to be our budget director, Kyle Wolf, who will provide a general overview of our revenues and expenditures in the recommended budget.
Good morning, Commissioners. As the manager said, we're going to go over the FY27 manager's recommended budget in a little bit more detail than what you got last week from the overview that Ms. Robinson presented. And so just at a high level look comparing the recommended budget to the FY26 budget, you can see it is a modest increase of $7.9 million at 1.3%. That's the increase year over year. Again, 1.3% is it's one of the I guess really one of the smaller budget to budget increases we've had in a few years. And so looking at what comprises our FY27 recommended budget, property taxes is 61% of our revenue. That's it's no difference really than we've had before. Property taxes and sales taxes are really our two largest revenue components. The percentage of budgeted revenue for property taxes has increased over the years. Back before we had Article 46, we were around that 60% line, or 60% range as well, but for the past few years, it's been more around 55 to 58%, and so we are increasing that percentage. That reliance on property taxes a little bit more in FY27. And that's because of a few other things. We talked about some revenue pressures that we've had with sales tax revenue coming in lower, intergovernmental revenue, doing a little bit more right sizing of that this year. And we'll go through that in a little bit more detail as we go. This chart is really just another way to look at our, the previous pie chart to show the actual values, as you can see. And so again, we've got that $598.9 million budget with property taxes and sales taxes really leading the way. But that's really just another way of looking at our revenue sources. Again, the nation's...
Yes, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think with the whole room, is there somebody, I'm not sure everybody can hear.
Okay.
Is that on? Yeah.
There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so again, property taxes are really leading the way, 61%. Sales taxes, again, you can see the significant decrease from 110.7 to 107.29, really kind of essentially budgeted at our FY25 actual number, as sales tax revenue has not met the budgeted amount for the last 2 years, and it looks like we will not hit that this year either.
May I ask, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt this early,
That's
but
fine.
this is a critical data point. It looks like you're projecting now that the property tax revenues will be flat from last year. Is that an update on the projection?
Property tax revenue will be flat.
From the actual, yeah, the 107 million, et
Oh,
cetera.
our sales taxes, yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, sales taxes.
Mhm. Yeah, our estimate for FY '26 is actually a little bit lower than the 107. I think our estimate right now is really around 106. But looking back over the years, we have not ever, we've always, I think we really have always received at least the amount that we've received in the prior year, which is why we didn't want to budget too low on sales taxes. So right now, we were estimating that we're not going to hit the 107, we're going to be around 106, but we wanted to, we're a little bit more optimistic that we'll at least get what we received last year.
Okay.
Or in FY '27 anyways. So we're budgeting a little bit higher than what we are projecting. And I think I have a slide showing, coming up to detail that a little bit more.
Thank you.
Yep. So ad valorem taxes, 61.1% of our general fund revenue. Again, it's up to around 59.4%, 26. I think in 25, it was at 58. And again, it's been in that 55 to 58 range the past few years. And so again, it's up a little bit. Our collection percentage that we'll use in FY '27 is 99.26%, which is down from the 99.29% we used in the current year's budget. That is really kind of a statutory thing where we are allowed, we cannot go above the collection rate from the previous year. We can't budget above the collection rate from the previous year. So 99.26% is what we had collected in the actual collections for FY '25, and so that's what we will use for FY '27. 1 penny on the tax rate equals $6,588,329, which is an increase of about $63,000 over the FY '26 per penny. And so essentially what that means is for every penny on the tax rate, that it would generate almost $6.6 million per penny. We haven't really talked, we talked about the tax base estimate a little bit in the past, but we haven't spent a whole lot of time on it. And so really the tax base estimate is comprised of these five sources. You've got your real property, individual personal property, business personal property, public service, and registered motor vehicles. As we said, the tax base for FY '27 is an increase of $657.6 million over what we used in the FY '26 budget. It's an increase of 1%, which again equals $3.4 million of additional revenue. And wanted to kind of highlight here, so you can see real property is increasing almost a percentage. Individual personal property is up, I think, around 15%. But again, it's a much smaller category in terms of value. Business personal property is down from 4.4 billion to 4.3 billion. And that's really what's really kind of driving down the actual overall growth in the tax base. You've also got some growth in public service and growth in registered motor vehicles. But really this decrease we're highlighting because it doesn't typically decrease. There's usually growth in business personal property, but for FY '27, we just didn't see it. And so that's why the overall growth is only at the 1% increase. So as you mentioned, the property tax rate for FY '27 is recommended to be 55.2 cents. This is really just kind of a little, a way to break out what that tax rate, how it's allocated. And so you've got your, our debt stuff for education debt leveling, library debt leveling, facilities and courthouse. And so you've got, that portion of the tax rate that's going directly towards debt. And then if you subtract all that out, and then you subtract out what our allocation is for the school system, almost 27 cents, that really leaves 19.64 cents for accounting services out of that 55.2 cents. It's just another way of looking at how that tax rate is allocated across the expenditures in the budget. This is really just a way to show really how consistent and how flat the property tax rate has been. You can see a decrease from FY20 to FY21, and that was a 1 cent decrease. In FY20, the board had actually increased the property tax by 1 penny with the idea of if the Article 46 referendum passed, you would lower it. It did pass, and so you can see the board kept their word and lowered the tax rate down by that 1 penny increase that they had put in FY20. There was a rebound in FY22, so it dropped down. It stayed flat, and then in last year's rebound, we lowered the tax rate as well. There was still above revenue neutral, but we did lower the tax rate, and then we are recommending a 1.68 cent increase for FY27. This is just a chart to show, again, the overall tax rate and then how much property tax revenue was generated from the tax rate overall. So you can see the significant growth from the reval and then the growth based on our revenue increase of 1.68 cents. And so just as an impact, what is 55, what does the 1.68 cent increase do? So the countywide median home value is $269,700. And so that 1.68 cent increase on a house of 269.7 would essentially mean an additional $45.31 per year or $3.78 per month over 12 months. And then looking at it, from District A perspective, you have the median home value of 172.3, and so the 1.68 increase would result in an increase of $28.95 for the year, or $2.41 per month. So as we mentioned, we were just talking about with sales taxes. It is down from 18.7%. In FY26, so it's comprising just under 18% of our general fund revenue. It is a decrease of almost $3.5 million, or 3.1% from the FY26 adopted, and it is a 1.4% increase over where we think we will end up at the end of FY26. And so, again, we are not going to meet budget in FY26. We don't believe. But we are thinking that we will give, for FY27, will be a little bit higher than where we end up in FY26. And you'll see here, so here's our estimate of where we are projecting to be. And so really what you can see here is Article 39 is the 1 cent sales tax. And that's really where we are missing the mark for the most part. The half-cent sales taxes for Article 40 and 42, we're a lot closer to meeting the budget. And then Article 46, we are projected to be over. for FY26. And so the recommended budget really is just, we wanted to just say, we have not ever not reached the actual revenue from the prior year. And so we bumped it up a little bit for 39, 40, 42. And for 46, our practice has been to basically budget what we anticipate the budget to get in FY26. And so that's why there's the same number there. And that's why it's a little bit higher, the 17293 than the 17292 from FY25. Does that help, Commissioner Bessie?
Yeah, that basically you explained that earlier, but yes, thank you.
All right, so from an expenditure perspective, this is a look at expenditures by service area. And so you can see where our largest expenditures are, which is education leads the way, debt service, public safety, and health and human services. And so this is just really a good way of looking at our expenditures on by service area, so you can see where they go. The next chart will show, one of the things that I always talk about is people, schools, and debt. And so you can see, how much of the budget is comprised of people, schools, and debt. So almost 81% of the FY27 budget relates to the people, schools, and debt. The decrease here for the school system really relates to the shift of the SRO and nurses, where we used to include that in their allocation, and then essentially we would bill them and they would pay us back. And so that's really what that decrease is. If we weren't doing that, the percentage for the school system would really be actually above that 30.6%.
And just a clarification that we will still provide the services.
Yes. Yes, we're still providing the services. We're just not giving them the money for them to give it back to us. And this will help them, because the schools actually have to take a portion of whatever we give the school system. There's a calculation that's made, and they have to share that with the charter schools. This actually will lower the amount of money that they have to share with the charter schools by not giving them that money to give back to us. When you look at it by category, again, people, schools, and debt. Personal services is the people. Debt's obviously right here. And then payments to other agencies, that $200.8 million. It's really the schools and Forsyth Tech are leading the charge there. 177 for the schools, and then another 12 or so, maybe 13 for Forsyth Tech. And then you can see the breakdown here. The next chart really kind of shows the dollar change and percent change year over year. So you can see where we are here. What I would say here, just looking at this chart and looking at these percentages, and so the budget reserve looks kind of weird. It's increasing $905,000. Most of that is actually in our debt service. And part of that, you can see the debt service going down. The revenue that is being generated by the debt leveling plans for two of our debt leveling plans is really significantly more than what the obligation is for next year. And so we put that portion in a budget reserve for later years. And then this $2.8 million increase in other financing uses is our new strategy to fund capital moving forward, to fund our capital improvement plan, which you'll hear a little bit more about later on in the program. And so, just as a summary of expenditure comparison, you can see county operations, again, is up $8.7 million or 2.8%. Debt services, again, it's going down $2.2 million, and then funding to the schools and Forsyth Tech is up 1.48 or 1%. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to have Kizzy Lee come up and talk about the Forsyth Tech ask for FY27, and I will turn it over to her for any questions or her presentation. Oh, my bad. It is increasing $347,000 or 2.7% above our FY26 budget. We are placing $268,000 in the budget reserve within Forsyth Tech's budget, which we did last year as well, and that's for possible salary benefit increases in the state budget. Prior to this past year, we would put that in non-departmental, but in FY26, we put it in the Forsyth Tech budget, again, in a budget reserve. And so we're doing the same practice in FY27.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Chair Martin, Vice Chair Hunt, to County Manager and all the staff here. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present. I did want to share that Dr. Spriggs sends her regards. We had graduation last night. We had close to 1,700 graduates for the class of 2026. Thank you. Our youngest graduate was 16, and our most senior graduate is 68 this year. I did want to share that our SGA president has a full ride to Stanford, and our vice president has a full ride to Boston University. So we're really excited for them. So overall, we're holding pretty steady. As Kyle mentioned, it's about 2.7, rounding up to about 2.8% at $347,000. That really is a maintenance or operations budget. We don't anticipate any major program expansions related to the county operating budget. Most of that is on the state side. The growth is driven primarily by inflation, workforce costs, and facility expenses. As you may have heard, this week, hot off the press, the state legislature has kind of, sort of, finalized the budget. It seems to change a little bit here and there, but we are excited, even though it is May, and we've been waiting since July 1st. What we did present to the county based on the governor's budget was a 2.5% increase along with a $1,000 bonus. You may have heard that it is now actually 3%, and the bonuses range from $1,000 to $1,750. But we're going to go back and look at our team and see if we can make that adjustment within the request we already made. So the primary driver for the personnel is the increases that we were planning for the salaries and benefits, as well as the contractual services and supplies and materials. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have related to the Forsyth Tech budget request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will, as we dive deeper into what the state budget may or may not do, we'll work with Forsyth Tech on what that may look like. Shifting gears to Winston-Salem Forsyth County.
So the recommended funding for the school system, it's tied to the funding formula that, again, relies on our property tax growth. It is a $1.78 million increase or 1%. Again, as we mentioned before, it removes that $4.9 million for SROs and school nurses, which eliminates that pass-through, but maintaining those county funded services. And again, it also it allows the school system to hang on to a little bit more money and not have to share it with the charter schools. The school system did request an additional $33.5 million of additional funding, which is an additional 5.1 cent tax increase. It would require an additional 5.1 cent tax increase, and so that's not included in the recommended budget. This is a chart that basically shows local spending per pupil from FY18 through 27. You can see enrollment going down and the per pupil cost going up. And again, that per pupil cost has to be shared. They basically have to give that same amount per pupil to the charter schools for every student that's in the charter school system.
If I may ask a question relative to the amount of students and the decline of the enrollment, how much does the state provide for each child in their allocation?
I don't have that. We can get it. The school system might have it for us. We can ask them. But if not, we can certainly get that for you.
Thank you.
Again, this really just kind of shows our statutory requirements. 55% that we provide to the school system is required. 45% is additional non-mandated local investment. And so that really just kind of shows how that is laid out. And with that, I'll ask Superintendent Phipps to come up.
Good morning. I want to thank you for the opportunity again to be able to be in front of you and answer questions and present just the big picture of a very complicated budget. Complicated not only in what we're dealing with in terms of the finance situation that we're coming out of, but just school finance and public education in North Carolina is very complicated. To answer your question, that number at the state level is approximately $10,000. It changes from year to year, but there are also some other complicating factors because there's additional funding for exceptional children and different types of services like that. But that's kind of a round number that you can look at. So I had an opportunity to share a bit with you all in a quarterly update, and a lot of the budget information had not been presented yet. Our board had not approved what our ask was going to be, and we're at a point now where I have that opportunity to talk with you. And you've seen a lot, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions, and I want to be able to go through those for you and answer as many as I can. Budget priorities for us are what I think anybody in the general public would expect. The student-centered focus, our fiscal discipline, working with what we've come out of and where we are. We feel like we're in a great place as we get to the end of the year and move forward, and we hope that we're able to put that behind us, not forget about it, but acknowledge that it occurred and make sure it never happens again. Looking at our revenue reality, this part is very important for us, and you'll see this reflected in what has driven a lot of the ask that we have for our commissioners, is that our student decline in North Carolina, we're funded on a model now called funding in arrears. So next year's funding, so the funding that begins for us in July of this year for the new fiscal year, is based on this year's average daily membership. And our average daily membership, for those who may not know, is based on the higher of the student count numbers that we have on day 20 and day 40. So we do what's called the best two of 20. And whichever of those two numbers is the largest becomes the official ADM for the school system. Now, don't be confused. There are a lot of other complicating things that come up. There's additional head count data that happens. So the EC head count happens at a different time. I'm strictly talking about ADM at the state level for funding. So our ADM dropped this year when they took the official number by 1,551 students. And I've told our staff members that's more students than some school systems in North Carolina have in their entire school district. And the first question is why? And we don't know the answer completely of why. There are a lot of reasons why. We're down almost 1,000 employees. Many of those employees had school-aged children who went to other places to work, and they very likely took their children with them. There were folks in our community who felt like the trust and the feelings of goodwill between the school district and them or the community have been violated, and we have to acknowledge that and say that part of our work is really trying to rebuild that trust and letting folks know that we're on firm footing and that we can do the things that we say that we're going to do. But the end result is when you look at what that impact is on us at the state level, because our funding from the state is driven heavily by ADM, we're looking at about a $12.5 million decrease from the state. And then we have about a $3.5 million reduction in our carryover at the federal level. So as we look forward to try to determine what we have to work with, we have to consider coming out of what we came out of with the financial crisis and the reduction in personnel that we had to deal with. What do we have to do moving forward? And I want to make it very clear that what we've had to do in this last quarter of the school year as we plan to move forward really had nothing to do with the financial crisis, although we may have lost some people for that reason. But what we're dealing with on the additional cuts and reductions are strictly based on ADM. And a number of those were able to be absorbed by frozen positions that we've had. So it's not like 300 teaching positions or people that have lost jobs. We've just got positions, and some of those are central services as well that were frozen, that we're just not going to fill. So that's the revenue reality that we're dealing with, and you'll see that show up in a number of things that we have. Targeted investments, and this came out of feedback that we got from stakeholder focus groups and surveys and just conversations that we've had, trying to restore the half-time assistant principal positions that we had in a few of our schools, and then a focus on our exceptional children's services. And then there were a number of other priorities that we've had as we've worked through. Our financial recovery, we anticipate as we move into July, beginning of the new fiscal year, that financial debt number is going to be somewhere in the $4 million range. So we have $4 million built in terms of our responsibility of taking care of the debt. The problem with that is that's taking away resources that could be used in other places. So when we can eliminate the debt, then we have that money going for debt service that could be used for other purposes. So the more quickly that we can get that taken care of, the better off that we're going to be. Future sustainability, by getting the bar set at a level where we need it to be based on teacher allotments from the state, and then what we're able to get from our local dollars, we're in a more sustainable position moving forward. And we certainly hope that we're not looking at that kind of student loss from year to year, so that we're not looking at 1,500 students and then the associated position cuts that we have to deal with, and we hope we're able to manage that. And then trust and accountability to try to be transparent and responsible with the decisions that we make for our students, our staff, and our community. I'm in a job where I'll never make everybody happy. I know that. And I'm generally a happy person, and I want to make people happy. But sometimes in making one group happy, I make another group not happy. And the budget work is certainly one of those pieces. And what we've tried to go through is to be reasonable in what we put together. So as County Manager Robinson and I have an opportunity to meet on a regular basis, not just about budget, but about school operations and just keeping each other up to date on what's going on. Part of the conversation that we were having was where sales tax revenue was coming in and what that looked like on the funding formula. And it was lean, to say the least, as we first started talking back in late December, early January. And I'm thinking already that far ahead as we start to build our local request and what our budget's going to look like. I felt like I had a fiscal responsibility to our board and to you all and to the taxpayers of this county to produce a budget that was based on minimal or no increases because of what I was hearing in terms of sales tax revenue. Now, that's not what we wanted, and that's not what a lot of folks that are associated with education wanted to see, but I felt like that was my responsibility, was to build that budget so that if we didn't get anything else, we'd be able to function. Now, we can function, but we function in a very scaled-back version, and that's what I want to share with you today. So the increases, although very minimal in what we put in our base budget, I shared that with the board, and I said, if this is where we are based on what we anticipate those increases to be, and I can't remember exactly, and I may have it on the slide, but I think it was 1.07%. It maybe was the number that we were looking at, but something very minimal, although it was an increase. And so the idea was that if we get that and we don't get anything else, what does it allow us to do? So we build into something that we call a base budget. This is just the scenario that I wanted to share with you. The total debts right now, as I speak with you, we've got another $1 million of our money that's going to be going in before the end of this school year, which would get that down to about 4.1. And then we have somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 of private donations that have still been promised, but we don't have those. So that would get us to about $3.5 million. And I'm just excited to show you that number going down and that we'll be able to knock that out very quickly. I want to come back to some of these charts just to talk about this in just a minute. So I think this goes in some conversation about reduced number of students and increased support and what that looks like and what the driver of that is. But I want to go back to the base budget. The base budget built into the work that we were doing was a very limited increase, but we wanted to add some additional pieces. We added 8 operations positions, which we felt like were critical. 2 that are in the bus garage and 6 that are in general maintenance, and they'll determine exactly where they go. We added 9 assistant principal positions in, which allow us to eliminate those half-time positions that we had in our schools. And then there were 9 exceptional children TAs, teacher assistants. And you may wonder where the numbers come from. All of the numbers that we have some rationale behind them. And I will say that our board in multiple meetings, our board as a collective group was very judicious at looking at the numbers and the dollar amounts that went to that and to try to make reason of where we were in terms of what was going to be on the table at the end. But the 9 teacher assistants allowed us to get the ratio of classrooms where we needed that to be. Now, there's still a lot of other needs that we have there. So there were some things that were built into the base budget, but very minimal. So what I wanted to share with our board was we can put a base budget out, and if we get funded at a minimal level, we're able to function, but we don't function at the level that we want to function at because there are a number of pieces that aren't there. And they're not there primarily because of the cuts that we've had. And when I say cuts in state funding, I want to be clear that it's cuts in state funding due to reduction in ADM. Now, we can have another conversation about the level of state funding in an area like exceptional children and things like that, but we're talking about absorbing the reduction of staff positions and budget money that we get from the state. So the question often comes up, if you've got declining enrollment, why are we maintaining where we're at on the personnel cost, or why is that increase going up? This is a chart that I think shows a very clear picture of, regardless of what we do, our average daily membership, you can see the decline that goes down. We had a drop, you all know, in 2021. That was the COVID numbers, were the covered years where the numbers were just a little bit unusual. I would like for us to put a dotted line, I think, between 1920 and 2021, just because of that year being an anomaly. But you can see there's a decline here. And this speaks to what do you do to offset the reduction that we have. And we're doing a lot of work this summer in market research. We're going to do more. I told you all when I met with you on our quarterly update, you're going to see more from us in terms of PR because we feel like we have to do that. We're operating in a situation now where there are more choice options in public education than there ever have been. And there's a lower birth rate that we are dealing with. So there are a number of factors that go into play. But and I love the idea of choice. And I want parents to be able to choose to send their students wherever they want them to go to school. My question would be, help me understand why you're choosing this option instead of our option. And it may be a bridge that we can build to take care of that. There may be some things that we can't take care of because some things that we can't do in public education. But we won't know the answer to that question unless we ask. And I want to find that out and begin to do that work as we continue to rebrand and work on what we're doing. And then working on the charter school pieces. There's an option for us to be able to dually enroll homeschool families. And I don't think that we've gone after this with the kind of intensity that we need to. Homeschool families are they like very much having the identification that they have to be homeschool families. What a lot of folks don't realize is that they can roster with us half-time, and if they roster with us half-time, then we get to consider them in our ADN. The benefit for that, if you think about a high school student who wants to be a welder, the family probably doesn't have welding equipment in the backyard. We have welding equipment. We have wonderful CTE programs and academic programs, and homeschool students can come in and partake of that. And then our board will have some discussion, I think, as we move forward and talk about our strategic planning for what we do for students. What do we do in the extracurricular world for those students that we're able to bring in? So there are a number of efforts that we're going to make to try to stem the tide here and hopefully get back to a level where we're more stable. Now, again, it's very clear that this is what that trend looks like. But it's also very clear that when we try to calculate what our costs are going to be for personnel, one of the most difficult things that I have to do is build a budget without knowing what kind of revenue that I've got. And not as much revenue from the county. We have some idea to have a kind of a range. We don't know what we've got from the state. You all know we've operated more than 75% of the school year without a budget from the state. So I'm trying to figure out what to put on a piece of paper to move forward next year without having any idea of three big things. What is teacher salary number ranges? What are they going to look like? What is retirement cost? And you may think, well, retirement cost is part of the state that's baked into their salary. It is for state paid employees, but it's not for those folks that we pay locally. And we've got about 100 in our budget request this year, about $101 million it's in employee costs that are paid out of local funds. Now, a big part of that is supplement, but there's also a part that involves salary. So I need to know what the salary is going to be. I need to know what the benefits are going to be. And those benefits for us are retirement, hospitalization, FICA, and Medicare. And when I do my budget work as a college professor, and I ask folks to give me one word of what this looks like when you look at that line, the word that I always hear is flat. I mean, you couldn't be any flatter than that. And if we try to predict where we're going to be in 26, 27, we've got a pretty good idea because the history should give us some idea of where we're going to be. We're going to be at the same level of salary that we have there for FICA. But when you look at the cost for retirement, and again, this is something that becomes an issue for us when we're talking about locally paid employees. So we're not even talking about salary yet as much as we're talking about salary is certainly plays a key into what happens in the retirement world. But you can see here that if I ask my students in my class to give me a description of what that looks like, you can see an increasing graph very clearly as you go from left to right. These are costs that we've got to pick up and we've got to build in. And that means if we've got the same amount or less money being given to us at the local level, we have fewer people that we can cover because of these other costs that are here. I did this in Caldwell County, and the folks in county government were surprised because the retirement hospitalization numbers for the public school employees were much different than they were for county employees. These are actual numbers that come from the state. Now, again, the state paid teachers, these costs are picked up by the state. This is covered by us for locally paid individuals. Here's another one that's a big deal. And this is the cost for medical benefits or hospitalization. And you can see where they are. Again, we don't have the number. We have a governor's number that we put up there. That's an estimate. We don't know what's going to look like until the House and the Senate do their work, and then they all coalesce to do what needs to be done, and we come up with the number. So even if you have a declining number of employees, the employees that you have are going to continue to cost you more money because you've got these costs that are built in. So I wanted you to see that just as a visual with some of what we're working with. And then as we can work through it. This is another chart. This is something that we're working on that shows some of the numbers that we get from the state. And it can get complicated when you talk about state dollars that are received because they're actually, we don't get the dollars from the state. The state picks up the tab on the state paid teachers that we have, but there's a dollar allotment at the state level that we deal with. So we never actually see the money here, but the state takes care of it. So if you take a look at what the state has given to our county in terms of classroom teacher allotment, and if I did this as a line chart, you would see that it's starting to go up and now it's declined a little bit. But what I want you to notice is that the blue bar shows you what the dollar amounts were. The gold line shows you how many people that paid for. And what that reflects is that while the state is giving us $181.7 million, the year before they gave us 182, the reason the number, not only has the money gone down a little bit, but the cost for those teachers has gone up because teacher salaries have increased, retirement's gone up, hospitalization has gone up. So without, if you got the exact same amount of money, you couldn't pay for the same number of teachers because those things are changing in the background. Unfunded employee raises. Again, I talk about this, and I don't want to overwhelm you and just bog things down in terms of where we are as we work through things. But when teachers get a raise, and we want teachers to get a raise, and we want teachers to get as much of a raise as they can possibly get. Again, that raise is passed on through the teacher pay scale for state paid employees, and the state picks that up. We don't get additional money for the locally paid employees, teachers and educators. We didn't know when we put this together what the raise was going to be. So as I talked with my superintendent friends and our groups, they recommended that we count on a 3% raise. And I shared with them, I felt like with this being an election year, and I felt like it would probably be a little bit higher. And I said privately, I thought that number was going to be somewhere between 7 and 11. And folks said, there's no way the raise is going to be that high. Well, what you heard through the media outlets and what was reported in Raleigh is that we got an 8% raise for teachers. That's not true. There was an 8% raise across the board. What's typically happening is that the teachers in the lowest level of experience get the larger amount of money, and then as you go more into veteran status, those individuals don't tend to get as much. So I can tell you what the real numbers are. So again, my peers are working on a 3% raise. We put in around 4%, as much as we could afford to put in, which wound up being about $1.6 million was what our number was in our base budget, knowing that it probably was going to be more than that. Let me tell you what the real number is. The real number for teachers, and this is if everything that's been proposed goes through, would increase beginning teacher salary from $41,000 to $48,000. That's a 17% raise, okay? The teachers that are on the other end of the scale, who are veterans, are getting about a 5.5% raise. Why is it such a big impact for us? We're not paying for the teachers that have got 30 years experience out of local dollars. We're paying for the teachers that have got 0, 1, and 2 years of experience. And if you look at 0, 1, and 2 years on the new teacher scale that's been put out that we can take a look at, it's 17%, 15%, 14%. So if you want to do the math on those three numbers, that's what the actual salary increase has been for us as we look at the teachers that we're paying for. That's just the salary part. Remember, hospitalization and retirement are tied to that as percentages. So those are things that we've got to come back to. And one of the questions that was shared with me by county manager a day or two ago was what would our priorities be if we get funded at a base level? I've told you kind of what we can do. What I want to spend the rest of our time telling you is what we can't do, but what we hope we're able to do. What would we do if we got an additional million, if we got an additional 2, if we got $33 million, whatever the dollar amount is, what would we do with that? Well, the first thing that we have to do with any increase is make sure that we can cover the raise from the state. And that's first and foremost. And that's going to take a pretty good amount of money. And then there's some other employees that we've got that are state paid that don't receive the raises when they come from the state. So it's not limited just to county or paid people. It also includes some folks that are paid on the state level. And you can see a piece here that gives us a little bit more information about unfunded employee raises. I want to share this with you in terms of what our number is. The county appropriation, including capital, in terms of what we were working with on the percentages that we had, was a little bit less than $158 million. You've heard this number already. This is the increase from the SRO piece that would be from the Sheriff's Department. And I don't want to pull the Sheriff's Department out. Kernersville we also deal with, but we get the money in a different way with Kernersville, but they also had an increase. So I'm not showing this to highlight the fact that there was an increase. Both of our vendors, partners that we have that do SRO services had an increase, but we've got to take that out of what we actually have available to us to be able to spend on the work that we're doing. When you add in the Article 46, it comes up to 177.7, and we don't have fines and forfeitures in there, but I'll show you that in just a minute. This is what that number looks like, the general appropriation, the Article 46 supplement, capital maintenance, and then fines and forfeitures. So we're at 179,756,047. That's what we were building as a base budget to work from. So if that's what we get, that's what we've got in what we're calling our base budget and the things that we said that we've provided. But there are a number of things that we've not provided. This is just a way of taking a look at what we've got from that money. When you take capital out, we've got non-personnel costs that you can see. This is the $4 million debt repayment that we have there. We have a huge number that goes to charter schools. Right now, that's 7%. So that out of what we have to work with, we've got to take out about a little bit more than $15.5 million that go to charter schools, which is why if we've got an ask number, whatever that is, the ask is a little bit higher because we've got to account for the money that's going to come out. And then personnel costs, and that leaves you with a balance of 0 in terms of spending what we have in our ask. I thought this might be some interest to you. These are loaded personnel expenses by category. These are the things that we have that are in the money that we get out of our local money from you all. Notice down at the bottom, those are local staff positions. All of those except for one are school-based employees that are doing a variety of roles that are in our schools. And that's a little bit over $21 million. Non-instructional and non-clerical operations, you can see where that is. Central office administration is about $7 million. We get very, very little money from the state for central office administration. I do think this year it may have gone up, but it went up not 17%, it went up 0.11%, or in a really small number in terms of what we get. And then you can see the pieces that are there. And we reserved at the top for pay raises $1.6 million. Again, not knowing what that was going to be and coming back and looking at that now. That number in reality is going to land somewhere in the $4 million range, could go up as high as 6. What I don't know, and I can't answer for you right now, is how the bonus piece of teacher pay is going to come into play. So what I understand without having the full picture in front of me is that part of what the General Assembly did this week is going to put in place a retroactive bonus that we're going to have to pay this year that we weren't budgeting for. And we don't know what that amount is going to be yet. And then there's another part of a bonus, and I've heard mixed stories about what this looks like, but we've got to know what that really is going to be and which salary schedules is going to come into play. So the bonus going into next year may be for teachers who've got more experience because they didn't get the bump on the salary schedule, as I understand it today, but I may be wrong. If that's true, that won't impact us locally because we're not paying for the teachers that are on the high end of that scale. So that's why I said there could be a range that could be as wide as 4 to 6 million that we'll have to come back and talk with you. We've got 1.6 built in. We don't have the other portion because we had no idea that it would be that high. I'm glad that it is for our educators, but it creates a hurdle that we've got to deal with locally.
I think editorially, just on that bonus part, the state budget has to be adopted for that to happen. And I say, just as you do the crystal ball, odds of that happening by June 30th probably are possible, but probably low. And if that doesn't happen, there's no way you can retroactively go back in the new fiscal year and pay a bonus. So I think the odds are low in paying a bonus this year, but I do believe it will carry forward and it will go to people next year. You know, yeah, they say it was kind of because of no raise this year, but I think it's going to be paid to the people who are in those positions next year.
Well, you make a great point, and as we roll over from the end of June to the beginning of July, and we start over, there's some carryover of things like that that are going to have an impact on us that we've got to think about. We didn't think, as a superintendent group, that with 45 days left in the year, that we would get a budget at that point in time. So I don't know when it will actually be approved, or if it'll even look like it does right now. I mean, there may be other changes to it. This, for your interest, may be something that you want to take a look at. We're at just under $40 million. I mentioned this earlier, of the money that we received from our commissioners. This is what goes into our supplements, and we have the two different types of supplements, the local preparation and the Article 46, and you can see what that looks like. Had a question from the county manager last week. I think there was a meeting somewhere, and somebody conveyed that we weren't paying supplements anymore to teachers. That's not true. The only thing that was in reference to was the summer work that was being done. There was no supplement that was paid. We haven't changed anything in terms of what we're doing with our supplements.
One of the questions I had, as you could probably answer right off this chart, has to do with, we see right up there in the Article 46 supplements, $20,183,000. You know, we see the Article 46, that we have the two parts, which is the Article 46 flat rate and the senior experience level supplement, which I think everybody knows this is something the board did several years ago in an attempt to do something for experienced people, and pulled it out and called it an extra supplement, which I won't share it. I'll just say that's what it is. But to work back, I assume the benefits side, if you had that 14,189, the 1.2, you get 15.389. Then the benefits side are actually added onto that to be paid for out of the Article 46 supplement. And it would be nice if that kind of if that was when you present these charts, that it showed that so that it reconciled kind of back to that. It's where that's fitting in, because it doesn't, the 39,966 and the 39,983, they with that 17 they reconcile, but where is the full 20,183,000? What does it reconcile to? And I guess from looking at that, it's got that benefit cost is included in. I'm not sure. You got to help me understand that.
We can put that together for you and give you that information.
Because that's not because it appears, and I have a person sends me an email pretty regularly about this issue, and comments on basically that the Article 46 money is paying for something else, because there's no way in the data reports that he's seen that it can be covered. Well, I have explained to him the benefit side, which is substantial, because just the retirement alone was a 25% increase. I mean, that's $4 million. I mean, so you get into those kind of numbers, but it still doesn't. You mentioned that the amount for the 22,760, that's the teacher supplement the district's paying, you're required to pay 19,800 because that was to avoid supplanting with Article 46 at the beginning. And it obviously did that. So is that money that was added in the past, it just locks in there? It's not a part of Article 46? I'm just trying to figure.
Yeah, Chris, I don't know if you can answer that question from the HR perspective, but Chairman, I'll get that information to you. We'll give you a different breakdown on reconciliation. So that's clearly defined. Okay. Local investment request above funding formula. And this is where the big number of over $30 million comes into play. And I thought long and hard about how to do this for our board because I wanted him to see the things that we don't have. And almost in an a la carte way of saying, if we want to do this and we want to do it at this level, then it's going to cost this amount of money. And everything that we do here is extra. It's above and beyond what we put in the base budget, which winds up being the extra that we're asking from our commissioners. And that's where we have the numbers that are here. And you all have, I think, have seen that you've got a copy of this, and we tried to go in and indicate under the description exactly what we're looking for here. This again would be the pay increase of what we'd be looking at and thinking about a 4% pay raise and what the dollar amount would be. And we had a placeholder there of about $6 million. It may not wind up being at that point. That would be the fact that we've got 1.65 that we've got in our base budget. We'd have to figure out what that dollar amount would be. But this is, as we were going through, not having any idea, we put that in. These are not in any particular order in terms of saying this is our top priority and our next priority. These were just things that came up as we were working. We had a commitment to our EC program. We heard a lot of that from our schools, from our teachers, and from our parents. And we had 15 positions when we went through and we did our allotments, readjustments at the school level, and we had positions that weren't going to be available anymore. That made up that 300 that I mentioned to you, roughly 300. There were 15 exceptional children's positions that should have been eliminated, but we kept those because we were making a commitment on the EC side. So when we did our ratios and we're trying to determine how many teachers we wanted to put on the request, we could have put any number on there and we've been happy to get it. The 52, and the way I come up with 52 is we've got 15 already plus the 37 would allow us to do some of the ratio work that we were working on. And if you do the math on that, again, using a base salary that we work with, we're looking at about $2.5 million just to do that one particular line item. And then there was a point that was made as we went through and we got a good deal of feedback that one of the biggest areas that we could help our current EC teachers was to be able to have case manager support that were doing more of the paperwork, running the LEA meetings, doing the IEP meetings, communications and things like that. And so the number was, there was a number that was out there. We landed on 35 case managers, but we have 25 what are called EC facilitators right now. And those terms for those jobs have changed over the years. We can repurpose those 25 individuals that are already there and add 10 to that to give us 10 additional exceptional children's case managers. So that would get us a total of 35. Now, I don't know whether they'd be called case managers or licensed support roles or whatever, but they'd be supporting the teachers. And the big part of what I'm saying is it would allow teachers to do more teaching and to be with students in the classroom, which is where we want them to be. And this work, not all of it, but the lion's share of the administrative and oversight work could be done by these individuals. And when you look at those 10 amount, you can see what it comes up to. The schools that were hit the hardest when we did our allotment breakdown were our middle schools and our high schools. Because you just cannot operate a high school on the state allotment because there's so many other things going on in middle school positions as well. This would be additional teachers, not as many as we want, but to try to get what we can possibly get. This would be providing additional 40 teachers to support course offerings and lowering class sizes, because when you eliminate teaching positions, you've got the same number of teachers and the class sizes get larger. So, and we have some class size restrictions, but they only exist in kindergarten, first, second, and third grade. The rest of those classes, there aren't restrictions on them. So you see the dollar amount there. The next was additional classified flex positions. I'm going to talk about this one for a minute too. A classified position would be something that's not certified. And classified individuals have a lot of different roles. So it could be an ISS person that's in a classroom in school suspension if you don't want certified folks there because you want them in other areas. It can be a person who is doing bookkeeper work or an Infinite Campus data manager or a person who is doing receptionist duty. It could be a number of things that don't require the certifications to do that. We had 50 positions for classified positions, and then we had an additional 30 positions for what are called bilingual assistants. And so I came in on December 1st, and my goal was to try to be in every school by the end of February. And I hit that I missed it because of the weather that we had in February, but I got him more than 70 in the first 2.5 months. It was very clear to me that one of the areas where our elementary schools were hurting the most was particularly in the mornings when families are coming in, and bilingual families in particular that are in the office area, and you may have one, if you're lucky, you have 2 people that are there, and in many cases now, neither one of them speak any language other than English. And certainly we think about Spanish, but Arabic is a language that is the second most frequently spoken language outside of Spanish, and I think the number is like 96. It may be over 100 now of what we have to work with. So we had the classified positions at 50. We had 30 bilingual assistants. And then as I thought through it, and I would rather, we want to have somebody in the building who a person who speaks a language other than English can communicate with. And I'm good if I've got Hispanic, but what if somebody who's not Hispanic comes in and needs to communicate? So we started to think about what technology devices there might be that would allow 2 people to communicate with spoken language, even though they don't understand each other, to let the device actually do the translation. Now, I'd rather it be much more personal than that, but we can't get 96 different languages sitting in the front office, but we can use technology. So with that in mind, what we decided to do was to add the positions that we had for bilingual assistants to this group right here, and we've got 76 principals. So we said if each principal got a classified position to use as they see fit, that's why we said flex position. And what 215 means, that's not 215 employees, that's 215 days of employment in the work that we have. So we have some that are 205. This would be adding 76 additional 215-day employment allotments that would allow principals to use that position the way they see fit. This could be a bilingual assistant. And I'm by no means saying to you that an iPad or some piece of technology replaces a person, but it allows us to cover more ground on the different languages that are there. And then operations skill-based positions. We gutted operations this year as we've moved forward. And you may be able to limp along for a period of time. It's just like painting. We can live this year without doing any painting. But if we don't do any painting next year, and we don't do any painting the year after that, then you all are going to start to call me because you're getting phone calls from people who say it's a dire need that we've got in our district, and then all of a sudden we've got a bigger cost. So we want to try to be proactive and stay on that. But this allocation just allows for additional positions that are there for operations. And remember, there were 8 that are built into the base budget. So we've got those built in. And then certainly there's more need for them. Restoring elementary instructional facilitators. These were positions that were very valuable. That there's no allotment in the state specifically for instructional facilitators. So they can come out of at least 2 different areas, but restoring those 32 positions that aren't there anymore. Now, a principal can have that, but a principal has to give something up. And what they may give up is they may give up a 4th grade classroom teacher and have larger class sizes to be able to have an instructional facilitator. So I'm not saying to you that there won't be any, but there are going to have to be some creative work done by our school leaders to do that. Additional exceptional children's teacher assistants. Again, this is working on that ratio. So in our base budget, we've got a ratio. We want to have a better ratio. And if we had 20 additional folks, you can see what the numbers are there. The next 2 deal with, as we went through the RIF process and we looked at adjusting where we were at to try to deal with the financial crisis that we were dealing with this year, there were school-based and district-based individuals whose employment was reduced from 12 months to 11 or 10, or from 11 months to 10. And this would allow us to restore those terms of employment for our school-based employees. You can see it's a little bit over 1.8 million. This would be our district level folks. And you can see that MOE means months of employment. So we're talking about 117 folks there with 162.5 months of employment. Something we have to think about is if we increase, if we were to be fortunate to get all or some of the numbers that we've got on here, we've got to go back and be able to make sure that we can pay the supplements for those new people that we brought in, because we've got to be able to build that in, and you can see what that number looks like. Something that I would be remiss if I didn't mention to you right now, this $100,000 is a tiny amount, and it's more of a placeholder than it is anything else. We're at a point where we're going to have to do a refresh on student devices. And student device refreshes can be done all at once. It's very expensive if you do that, and you're good to go for a couple of years, but then all of a sudden when you have the refresh period again, you're hit with a big number. And what we'd like to be able to do is to get in a 5-year, 4-year, I can't remember what the number was, refresh cycle that we work through. So we're replenishing a quarter or 20% each year, and then over that time period, we're able to do it. This is just money that we feel like needs to be put in to be able to keep the devices that we have right now that are in student hands and are being used in our schools where they need to be, the repair work and the kinds of things that we have. A number of the Chromebooks that we've got are starting to get beyond their useful life where they can't be updated anymore. And when they get to the point where they're not supported and updated, then we can't use them for the purposes that we have in the school system. And then non-personnel operations, we had this originally at 50%, a number that was in Lauren's budget that she gave us. Our board feels like this is very important and actually moved this to 75%, and you can see the dollar amounts that are there. And all of these are reasonable dollar amounts, but when you cobble them together and you start looking at the sum of that, that's where the number gets to be a really large number, and I know it is for you all, but there's meaning behind all of those. This is the bilingual interpretive technology that I was mentioning to you. If we have that, then we can cover virtually any language for individuals that come in. This is not to do away with the bilingual assistance, but this allows us to have that ability to communicate and translate with whoever comes in. Curriculum adoption, these are two things that are very important for us. Right now, and you may not have thought about this, and you may have been around long enough to know that there's a big price tag when we talk about doing curriculum adoptions. We need to do a new adoption in the area of English language arts. To do the full adoption that we want to do would take us $8 million. We just don't have money in the budget right now to do the $8 million adoption. So what we tried to do was to look at different ways of working on some things, and this would allow us to continue to move forward to do what we need to do with the science of reading and some of the mandates that we have from the state, but this would not be the adoption that we need. And then let me also put on your radar that we have science adoption that's coming up too. So these are pieces of our operations that work all the time. The central office study piece, I've had a lot of feedback, not publicly, but individuals that have reached out to me privately that have talked about that. There's some of that work that I can do. In fact, there's some of that work that I have done. I've got a plan in my mind. I know what that looks like, but I think there's value in having an external person come in and take a look at it. So I have no idea, because of the scope of work changed as we had different folks weigh into it, have no idea, for lack of a better term, I don't know what the suggested retail price of that would be. So we put it out for RFP to get some idea of what our funders would tell us the dollar amount would be. I have had the chairman of the State Board of Education and our state superintendent has reached out and said they would like to take care of the central office study for us at no cost, which we hope we're able to do. But I don't know how much of the scope of work they're able to do. And my guess would be that they would do that with retired superintendents, retired HR directors, retired CFOs, retired EC folks to be able to come in and give us some idea. But we had to put a placeholder there, and that actually, full transparency, was just a mean as our board members were saying what they thought that amount may be. And then a increase for non-personnel instructional support, and you can see the things that are there. Then instructional supply allotment, we've had to cut that based on what our allotment from the state is just not enough to cover what we need. And you all know that we had outside sources of donations that helped us get to that point. And then to build in the charter school revenue increase portion is $3 million, which gets us to the request of $33.5 million. And again, I know it's shocking. I know it's a big number to swallow, and I know that you all are limited on what you've got. Every agency that you support has needs, and they're all valid needs, and they're coming to you. I feel like I've got to advocate for our students and our teachers to at least share with you what these are. And then we'll make work whatever we get, because that's how we do business, and we want to be good partners. I also want to say this. The local public school forum of North Carolina does a school finance study. I know Chairman Martin is very familiar with that. Our county ranks in the top third of funding for school systems, and I'm proud of that. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, but to me it shows that there's a priority on public education, and the numbers speak for themselves in terms of what the local appropriation is per student. So we're very happy about that. I'm also very proud and grateful for the generosity that you all have shown us in a time of financial need to get us to the point of where we want to be. I knew that there would probably be a question about fund balance, and I'm not prepared as I stand in front of you in May to tell you what the fund balance number is going to be next year, but I am very confident standing in front of you and saying that we're going to be somewhere on the positive side of zero, which is remarkable remarkable to think about where we were, to be able to know that we're growing a fund balance to whatever degree that number is. I'm also somewhat optimistic that we'll have most of the debt paid down, and you've seen where we're at here, where we think we'll be under $4 million. I hope we're in a little bit better place than that, depending on what our fund balance looks like. But we're moving forward at a rate that we feel like is measured and controlled, because the worst thing that I could do would be to stand in front of you and just demand that we get back everything that we had to cut, because we can't go back there. And we want to go back there, but the bar's got to be set at a different place because our revenues are different. And part of what we've had to deal with that compounded some of the issues that we've had was the influx of federal dollars that we received during COVID. And they had negative impacts on many school districts across the state, because when that money went away in September of '24, in some cases, there were still people that were there that were paid out of that money that we had to find ways to take care of. And then there were a lot of other issues, I think, that masked situations across the state in terms of school districts. But what I want to be is, I want to be honest and open with you about what our numbers look like. I'm bringing to you a list of things that we feel like are important. We'd love to have all of those, and we'd say thank you in advance for that. But we will deal with what we get to try to make the most of that, and then cobble together what we can do. We don't know yet what the impact will be on the raise, because we don't know what the raise is truly going to mean to us. I don't know yet exactly what the debt amount's going to be when we start to do repayment in July. If we get that debt paid down, then I've got more money in the budget to be able to allocate to put to other things. But this is a very quick going through what we've got, and you can see what that number looks like. Again, it's a large number at the bottom. There's no doubt about that in terms of what it looks like. But I didn't want to just have you and the public see the number at the bottom. I wanted you to see some of the rationale behind what the pieces were that got to that. And I don't want it to ever be that either me or our board is putting the county commissioners in a spot where you feel like we've thrown you under the bus. And that's certainly not what the intent is. Our intent is to really show you what our numbers are, and then the rationale behind what the dollar amounts are, and then we'll work with whatever we end up with in a responsible manner. Some budget uncertainties. This was put together on Tuesday morning. Tuesday afternoon, the budget piece came in, but we still have some uncertainties about what those raises look like, retirement costs and healthcare costs. Rising fuel costs will have an impact on us, certainly with diesel fuel and gas that we have. Rising utility costs, lower ADMs are going to have an impact, and we hope that's short term. The contribution to charter schools, the federal funding challenges that we know about, and then there are probably some that we don't know about. Curriculum adoption and technology refresh, which I've mentioned to you. Those are things that are out there that are on our immediate radar, but they're going to be on our long-term radar too, because we just don't know how they're going to impact the work that we're doing. As we look forward, these are things that we're committed to. Work within our allocation amounts, which means that we're going to have to do more with less, which is what's happening in the world around us. But we can't live beyond our means. We're going to rebuild our fund balance. We're going to reduce, I'm going to say, reduce and eliminate our debt, but we're going to reduce our overall budget. We have to do that because we're receiving certainly less money from the state and federal dollars as well. Not compromising quality for savings. I think that's very important. Our students deserve that. Our staff do as well. Additional resources for staff that would be academic and non-academic. In all that we do, we want to be transparent. We want to be honest. We want to operate with integrity. And we also want to make sure that we're good stewards of the taxpayer money. And that's a lot of money when you're talking about $200 million plus. That's a lot of money that we're asking for that we know that we have a responsibility of. And I know there are a lot of questions, and I want to try to answer any questions that you all have.
Well, I've had a request that we take a short break. So we're going to go for 10 minutes, and we shall return. That's great. So we're ready to go. We're back in session. Thank you for everyone. And Dr. Phipps, thank you for your presentation. It's very thorough. And I'm going to sort of begin, and I'd like to begin by saying that over the last, this is my 12th school budget. And I can say that the materials that we received in advance for this purpose, for this, best we've ever received, best for me, in the last 12 years.
And we've got great people doing that work.
And the reason was because it gave some details and specifics about the things that are covered. So it provided a lot more opportunity to sort of conjure and think about that.
and I've actually narrowed some of my questions down, but I want to compliment you on an excellent presentation for that. It really did help us. I actually had 9 questions, so you've answered a couple of them. Well, it'll be short, and I purposely, I wrote a note to myself that I will only ask 2 and then give other people a chance to ask. So we'll get around, and I may not have that question, so I'm not going to ask 9 questions. You pretty much answered my first question, which really dealt with the exact who you owe now in debt. But if you're getting close to retirement, it kind of doesn't matter. I was kind of curious where you were on the numbers. But I will ask this question, because back in the fall, this was never answered. This question was asked in terms of the child nutrition loan and the payback. Do you know sort of the terms of how those work? Because I had the impression that basically you paid it back. There was kind of a set average interest you paid back, and essentially you were sort of borrowing from yourself, but you paid interest because it was money that was a mixture of federal money, local money in that. Do you know the provisions of how that loan, there is apparently a requirement to pay it back by June 30th. You have to make some kind of payment in it. Do you know the terms of that?
I don't know all of the details. I can tell you what I've learned just in the time that I've been here, is that the USDA is who the loan, I think, is through, but there were some provisions that had to be put in place in terms of interest rates and what the length of the loan would be, that we had to go back and make sure that we added that documentation in. That was one of the findings on, I can't remember which of the reports of the auditor or the state auditor, that those provisions weren't in that loan, and we went back and corrected that. But the understanding with that one is that it's going to be completed by the end of the school year. So regardless of where the others are, that loan will be retired by the end of June.
But it also, it could provide, I'm just thinking the future, and whether it is really an inexpensive interest payment or not. Because theoretically, there's things you can do, if you can pay it back with virtually no interest in a year, for example, there may be some ways, the upfront money that you know you'll have that you could pay at the end of the year. I mean, I was just thinking of a tool that child nutrition fund could offer the school district.
Well, and to that point, one of the provisions I know that had to be addressed was that the USDA had to be charging a market rate interest amount, whatever that happens to be at the given time.
Every month.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a grace period for a period of time for it.
I don't know about a grace period, but I know we're dealing with the interest pieces that like we would on any loan we get.
Okay. All right. Second question was really about the impact of the state budget and that on salaries, and I think we've covered that. So I've answered, that's my first 2. They're short. I got some others, but I want people to have an opportunity to ask questions. I know a couple of people have to leave early, and they want to even go first. So another question, and then now I can return.
Whoever needs to go first.
I'm actually good. You've answered my 2 questions, so I appreciate the presentation. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. I had an opportunity to talk with Dr. Fitz during the break. Thank you for responding to my questions. I did want to know some more detail regarding ESSER funding, which you have indicated that you are in the process of providing that. I'll ultimately be looking for kind of an approximate total that the district received from ESSER during the last full year of funding for comparison. I did have a question regarding the plan for eliminating the debt, and you have answered that. Thank you. The other question was more general, in anticipation that it would be a tall hill for this board to climb to add 5.1 cents to the tax rate for the full 33 million. Do you have in mind recommendations to your board for prioritizing the first money that you got beyond the base budget?
I think it's a great question. We have not met as a board to have that conversation, but we certainly will. And I would tell you that the first piece that we've got to cover is the state rates. We've got to make sure that we take care of that. My recommendation, again, we haven't voted, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, would be to look at some of those positions that have been cut. And for example, we're getting a lot of attention on some of the arts-related choral types of positions that the principals have chosen to cut. But there were $33 million on the board. We could have done 60 or 75 million of other things that are out there that we'd like to add on that we feel like are valuable and important. And I think we want to sit around the table to determine from a position perspective which of those we would want to add. And then certainly the exceptional children's piece and being able to make sure that they're where they need to be. But I'd be reluctant to tell you what the list would be, but with the board's input, I'd be happy to come back and give you a rank order priority list. And of course, we may have 15 items on that list and we may only be able to get through one or two, depending on what that dollar amount is, and we may spend the money up. But I can certainly tell you what the order would be as we go through of what we would work on.
Thank you.
Dr. Phipps, good morning. And first, just let me say thank you for your presentation. And I also want to thank your staff for being here this morning to support you. And I did see two of the school board members, the chair and the vice chair, Deanna Kaplan and Alex Bohannon. So I just want to thank your team for coming to support you as you delivered probably in all of Forsyth County the news. I don't know whether to call it good or bad, but it's news. And I think that the news is the facts around how do we support Winston-Salem and Forsyth County schools. And I appreciate the courage to come and just lay out the facts, because what's at the center of this, as you pointed out with priorities, is about children. And we cannot play politics over that. We have to go right into what is needed in order to make sure that our school district is the best that it can be. So I appreciate you being realistic with this community, not just with the county commissioners, but this message is for the whole Forsyth County as it relates to what is needed to progress our school district. So thank you so much for diving into what's needed and putting it out here so that we are all here responsible, not just Forsyth County commissioners. I did have one question about the findings in the rear kind of algorithm that the state uses to fund based on the ADM. And so how would you reconcile the actual number if it is significantly higher than the finding in the rear?
So the funding in the rear model would look at our ADM, and what we hope we're in that situation next year. So let's just say that we get to day 20 and day 40 and we have 500 more students that have come back. We would then petition the state. What I've been told is there's a fund for school systems that are growing. The harsh reality is in North Carolina right now, only 5 out of 115 school districts grew last year. So almost all of the school districts are seeing declining enrollment, but there's some allowance and assurance that school districts that are growing have the ability to go to the state to get additional funding. And you have my word that I would be in Raleigh knocking on whoever's door I need to knock on to say, here's where our numbers are and this is what we feel like we need in terms of additional funding. We hope we have that situation we have to work with. But if we come in low, it's not going to impact us because it won't happen until the following year. So back in the old days, a few years ago, when we didn't have funding in arrears model, you had to revert money. And Commissioner Martin knows this, which is very hard to do. You've hired people to start the school year out, and then you determine after the school year gets started in October, you know what your numbers are, and now you have to give money back and you don't have the money to pay for teachers. You definitely had to have a fund balance to make those kinds of things work. But that's an excellent question that I hope I get to give you a personal response to, because I hope we're working through that come the fall in Raleigh.
Yeah, I would be interested, you don't have to go through that with us now, but I would be interested to kind of hear what is the school district doing to try to, as you said, convince parents, come back to Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools so that ideally, you would have that good problem, if you will.
Yeah. When I do my first quarter report to you all in the fall, I'll have that as part of what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. I do want to also reiterate what Commissioner Bessie talked about as relates to how would you prioritize this list of budget items that go beyond what essentially, the county manager has recommended to the county commissioners. Of course, to me, the most marginalized students would be our EC population. And so, but, you know, I'm kind of looking from the outside in. So I do want to absolutely take into consideration you and your team's recommendation around. These are the priorities for us. If there is anything that the county commissioners can do extra that we believe will make the greatest impact. So I did want to reiterate what Commissioner Bessie was kind of alluding to. And then my last question is around, I think I may have missed the part where you talked about there's a decline in students, but we need additional staff, or we at least need to keep staff where we are as relates to the numbers. And so could you help me and maybe others in the community to understand better? There's a drop in students, which means that you may not obviously need as much staff.
So the decline in enrollment doesn't happen in nice, neat packages. So you don't lose all third grade students and then we can eliminate third grade teachers. It's distributed across the board. We've eliminated 300 positions because of that, but they also don't happen just at individual schools. So the need continues to be there. The utility costs continue to be what they are. We're running transportation happens to be what it is. So, and the cost of the individuals that are left, if for round numbers, if we went from 150 teachers to 100, those 100 are going to cost us more next year than they did this year because of raises, retirement, and hospitalization. So while it may look like there's a precipitous drop-off in terms of what our needs are financially, there's still going to be some need that's going to continue to creep up because of the cost of inflation and because of just the cost of doing business with salaries and things like that. But you'll see our overall numbers are reduced in terms of the numbers, particularly this year on the state side for the allocation. It's about 300. And some of that spills over in some ways locally, and then we're constantly looking at who we're paying out of local and who we're paying out of state. And people will always ask, how many employees do you have on the local rolls? It depends on when you ask, because if a person retires and we may move somebody over, we may have money at the end of the month that we can do something with. We want to salvage as much of the local dollar as we can, but that would be the reason why you would think with a declining enrollment, then there's going to be a declining ask too, but there's some other things that continue to go up even when our numbers are small.
Thank you for a comprehensive report. It's been very interesting. It's going to take me a little while longer to assimilate this. But I wondered if you had a comment about the intention to redraw school boundaries and how that might affect any of the budget issues that are presented by you now.
Yeah, so our board gave approval for that to move forward at our meeting this week. It will still be tweaked to some degree. And part of the impetus behind that was to look at overcrowded and undercrowded schools. And a conversation that I think has to be had related to that would be consolidation and merger when we talk about that. But it would be foolish, in my opinion, to have a conversation in the fall about consolidation or closure of schools when we don't know what the real impact of the new attendance lines are going to be. So it'll take some time to determine what the pattern of population will look like at individual schools and then have that conversation. But what we've been told is that it puts a number of students, their home district becomes the district that they were choiced into. So transportation will be provided for those families now where they were having to provide it in the past. That helps to some degree. Now, in some cases, it may put people outside of their choice area where they have to provide transportation, but there are a number of elements as we go through that process that we feel like would be cost savings for us, but we also feel like it allows us to work and operate more efficiently. But I think time will tell of what that's going to look like when the real numbers shake out where they are.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up. That was one of my questions also. And, you know, and help me understand about the redistricting. Help me understand, maybe I was looking somewhere else and didn't hear exactly what you said, but are you talking about, because if you're going to do some consolidations, then it looks like you would do your reassignment adjustments after that, obviously. I'm having a hard time in a chicken and egg here. You've got basically X number of schools that you have redistricted, have a plan for. It's indicating in the paper 11% of the students may be impacted might be going to a different school. But if you consolidate, set 2 or 3 schools even over, if you consolidate it, then you're going to basically come back and have to do another
reassignment piece to that. And you're almost like moving, on paper, even moving people twice. I'm having trouble just with the sequence of that in terms of timing.
Right, I understand that. But I think I don't know how to make a decision on consolidation if we're going to change attendance boundaries, because the schools that may be underutilized may become utilized at the rate that they need to be because the transportation plan or the attendance plan has brought more students in that attendance area. And I think we have to see what that looks like after we see what our attendance patterns and our enrollment happens after we implement this, and then we determine where the either over or underutilization is going on.
We can talk a little bit more about this. I mean, I see it as a simultaneous process where we're looking at all of those at the same time, and then you end up with one set, and you don't get, because if there's anything parents are sensitive to, is assurances about where their child's going to school, and assurances that there will be grandfathering for older kids, assurances that various things are going to happen, because that is a very, very important thing. And the less disruption and the more it goes on, I would suggest that part of the discussion you've had before resulted in some of the 1,500 students that you lost. I mean, anything that provides uncertainty, people say, I'm going to make a different decision. So that's kind of a little piece of that. And I think the other part you mentioned about essentially the district was done 30 years ago in zone trends. It was a zone setup that was created. And I know Vice Chair Bohannon's here. He's in the paper today saying that we haven't redistricted in the last 30 years. Well, when that plan was created, there were 58 schools in the district. And now they're all 79, whatever the number is. So right at 21. Every time one of those schools was built, there was a reassignment plan. I mean, it has been adjusted every year when new schools were built, but it had to be adjusted within the zone framework because it allowed people guarantees to go to a school that did not live in the attendance area. And I think that has served the district well because I think we have fewer charter schools. We have the urban districts. We have the highest market share in the urban districts in terms of people in the traditional public schools. And I think that's part of it. And so I'm having trouble. So how is that going to work if you're only transporting now within your, kind of like this is the school you're assigned to, and you're only transporting there? Are you still going to have choices in the zones where you could go somewhere else, under your zone choice rules without transportation? I mean, there's all kinds of different rules. There were between zone, there's a bunch of rules in administering the choice plan. Is it leaving also, I mean, the transportation was a key piece of that. And the transportation for magnet students was a key piece of all that.
I'd love to have our team working on that to be able to come back and answer those questions. I think they can speak much more intelligently to that than I can. And I'd be remiss to give you an answer that was partial or incorrect without knowing all the details behind that.
Okay, that's good. Good. I think the word is very
Thank you so much. I'm extremely impressed with you today. However, you did throw us under the bus. Don't think that's your fault. I think that is what the school board had in plan for us today. I judge how things are going with the county and the school by going to the grocery store and TJ Maxx. And that's where I get the real truth of what people feel. And people are still extremely upset about the money lost from the schools. Even people last year, after we did the budget and we had the tax increase, many people said to me, I'm not so bothered by the tax increase, except I do not want one penny of my taxes going to the school. And they haven't changed their mind. And so I want you to know that I like your base budget, and I hope that we can get to a better understanding of what the county can do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand the public perception, and I feel like it's a challenge and something that we have to work on as we talk about goals for 26, 27. I shared with you all, it was trying to regain that trust. And my dad told me, if he said it once, he said it 1,000 times, don't tell me, show me. And I hope that our actions and the way that we operate and the things that we're doing are indicative that we really mean what we say when we talk publicly.
Tony, you mentioned earlier about principals making decisions about positions to cut or choose. And I really want a little clarity on sort of programmatic decisions that I think are the board's purview and the district deciding we're going to offer these things. And then there are other things like when you gave your flex, depending if you have an assistant, you could do this or that and have those. I think on those things, principals adjust to their needs. You could swap in a fourth grade teacher so that you had an instructional specialist, for example. You could do those kind of things, but you're still having fourth grade. But when you get into one of the things about this district that has distinguished it has been its, robust arts program. People remind us that we're a city of arts and innovation. We have the first arts council in America. And essentially the early local positions were to provide elementary art teachers because the state allocations would not allow elementary art teachers. You could never staff them. So that was kind of part of the original local staff that was for that. So I'm trying to get it, as you talk about programs, early last year when some of the first cuts were done, this time last year, principals had discretion over $8 billion. That in and of itself, which I was voiced it publicly, that I was very disappointed in that because you end up with inequities created if certain positions are taken away, particularly if you're deciding, well, we're not going to have chorus in middle school, or we're not going to have orchestra, which is a little more likely because there's lower enrollments, for example, as an orchestra. Orchestra was a big commitment. We're not going to have dance at the high school because there were commitments and dance rooms built. All that stuff was done, and that was part of that made us very special, and I think it also attracted a lot of people to come to the school district into it. So my question is really getting into, does a principal have the authority to actually essentially eliminate a program to eliminate a teacher? Or is that we're going to offer orchestra, for example, admittedly, if no one signs up for it and you need a threshold to have one, then you don't have it. And it also, there was an article in the paper, that's a pretty long one, about an issue where, in middle school, they had offered a whole lot of chorus opportunities because they had the staffing and gave kids more choices. I understood that one. Basically the commitment to middle school, we're going to have we're going to have music, we're going to have art, we're going to have physical education, we're going to have career technical education issues and farmland. We're going to have those. But do you see what I'm getting at? Where is the discretion of a principal in making decisions about reducing staff when you have to face reducing staff?
Well, and I think when it becomes programmatic, like we're talking about, then it is something the board would want to get involved in. What you don't always hear, you know this from your history of being a superintendent, there are positions that are sometimes made half-time positions, or there are cutbacks that happen. And because you're reducing a person from full-time to half-time doesn't mean that you're eliminating the program. You may have larger classes or fewer students that you can serve. And I can say that to you today, but if I'm student number 47 and they only pick the first 46, then that has an impact and we deal with that. I would prefer to give discretion to the principals to the point that it is not becoming a programmatic issue across the board, and I think we have to step in and look at that. So, in some cases, you may have two teachers that are teaching whatever the topic may be, and we may have cut that to one. And it's certainly not the board's desire to eliminate or have a negative impact on the arts at all. I mean, they don't want to do that. But I think we have to look at what those ultimate decisions are and where the cuts are made and what that looks like. And I know that if we cut science and math positions, I'd have folks in the STEM world that would be upset and they would come back in. So we try to balance that as much as we can, understanding what our legacy and our history has been and try not to disrupt that very much.
It just seems to me the programmatic offerings should not depend on where you go to school. The programmatic offerings. Now, admittedly, you can't offer something that has no one to sign up for it or to choose it, or it's down to 5 kids or whatever. You have your thresholds and rules, just as long as people kind of understand them. I think that happens. Are there other questions? I've got a few other, and they're pretty short because you've answered some.
Well, this one was long, and the next one is long. And it really gets it, the next one is custodial service. Your contract, and I am thankful that that contract with the, I guess it was SSC, your contract vendor, extending it, and actually, as I understand it, will begin to move into more schools. Are there more schools, because there's an increase in your budget. I looked at the increase, there's clear, a pretty substantial one. And I'm assuming more schools are going to be, sort of become contract cleaning schools next year. Does that sound right?
Chris, I think I'll ask Chris to answer that. We also have some employees that are still ours that are eventually going to come off of being employees, and there'll be more folks that are in the contract services that are doing that work. You want to grab the mic there?
Sure. Well, yeah, here you go.
Good morning. We have 34 custodians still on our district payroll. All other sites are served by SSC. To my knowledge, all sites have some type of SSC support. There may be there's one school that was 2 custodians, one's retiring, so that's the one school that wouldn't have had SSC once we did the SSC contract this fall. And that went into effect on January 1st.
But I can get Lauren to give me more update. I just don't, honestly, I can't answer that question. I don't have that information in front of me.
It'd be if there is a school that doesn't have SSC, it's just because their custodians were in the top 35 of years of service.
Okay. Sorry. Because at one point, the district made a decision to hire more, in other words, internal people to be custodians, to work for the district. And that produced an increase in budget then, pretty substantial. It was a little unclear how much it was due to that or how much it was due to paying the schools that remained under contract more. That was not clear. And by the way, your budget makes it much clearer about that, but your presentation. But that, because if it becomes all contract cleaning, it looks like you're stood down to 34. And when those 30, you will end up saving the benefit costs and all on those 34 people. And depending on, and I take it the plan is they phase out, under certain experiences they leave, and maybe the lower experienced people actually convert to the contract cleaning service. So
Yes, and I'll get you more information on that, yes.
Make sure, okay, good.
Before you do that, can I say Leah Crowley just left, and I know we mentioned a couple of board members, but Leah was here too, so I want to give her credit.
That's good. I also noticed in your budget that you have HIL Consulting continuing. You actually have a $300,000 budget for next year. I have some serious heartburn about that, particularly now that you have your complement of people. And I do agree, you've got a brand new finance officer, needs training, he's going to need work. But I believe you can get that for done less than $300,000.
It's a placeholder, and I'm hoping that if we need their services, we can eliminate it to 6 months. I talked to them yesterday about what that looks like, but yeah, certainly with the complement, and we've got Kim Forbes here who's in that interim role. They'll continue to provide support and services there. But that dollar amount is not firmed up. I don't have a number to plug in that yet, but it's a placeholder.
Yeah, that was a red flag for me in terms of that, particularly that cost. I think I've got some very small ones, and I will ask, I'll ask kind of lump them. There are a number, and this by, you gave us a lot of information, which we have a lot of contracts still. And some of that's been adjusted and it's a lot better. But there are several that sort of got my attention, and there's a fairly large one with nurses and others. Now I know we have some contract nurses still, but are you having contract? And it's like, it's a whole series. I can't remember the name of the company, but starts with an S, Soleos or something. But basically, and it has nurses and interpreters and some other things. And we do some contract work too on that. But are you just not able to find people, or what? Because the contracts have huge, we're talking about huge markups in that. And do you know about that particular one? And there's one that's like, there's a $120,000 contract just to have sign language interpreters for adults, for people in the district. I'm having a little trouble understanding that. You're saying that's a non-negotiable issue.
Yeah.
I'm saying, because
We don't have any such thing that are, at all. We have 2,500.
And some of that is the EC population that we're serving that are students with special needs.
Specifically was about adults, about employees.
Okay.
So the CAP contract for adults ADA accommodation is American Sign Language interpreters. Forsyth County, as I'm sure you're aware, has a very high deaf and hard of hearing population, including we have employees that require those accommodations. And then, but unfortunately, the workforce for that area is also hard to recruit and retain as well, due to the state pay scale for that area as compared to what they make in the private sector. The other ones that you were talking about was Sunburst, is EC related services.
Sunburst, that was it.
It was Sunburst, that's EC related services. It's actually an organization, the board looked at it a lot, I think it was probably in the paper, where it's a overarching company that works with the other companies. So we kind of hire with them, then they manage the other subcontracts. So it makes payables easier and things as such. It's no additional cost to us. There's an additional cost to the between the two vendors. So the CAP one, for example, we've been trying to recruit some interpreters for our employees, but we don't want to recruit to take interpreters from students, because we also have interpreters that serve students. So we're not trying to take someone from a student to serve an adult. So that's why we've been using contractor services until such time we can find an employee.
Do you have any interpreters employed by the district?
Yes, sir. We have 10 positions. I think seven are currently staffed, pending any retirements or processing.
And they're serving students?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
That
there-
part,
that's
right
right.
there's that piece. Although there's a, and by the way, that company you mentioned is in here like 3 times. I mean, with various types of interpreters that work. And that just struck me as probably, well, I know they're hard to find, I mean, there's no doubt about it. But I'm also looking at frequency of adults, and I'm curious about that. But don't want to belabor it, except I'm just pointing out there are a lot of contracts for a lot of different things that struck me as probably could not do that.
And we'll give you a more detailed breakdown on those kinds of things that, if you want that, we're certainly happy to provide that information.
That may be it for me. I had some questions about alarms. You have a company that does that too, that handles and answers alarms. And it seems like I had a little trouble with that, because alarm companies that you provide, that they call people when the alarm goes off. It appears to me that this is another contract, that somebody's being paid, they're being called to go answer the call, that another contract person. And it seems to me that you could have, I mean, I just remember in the old days, we just paid people who went to answer. We had a list, people who answered calls, we paid them X dollars for the call. And obviously we kept track of, where we having all these calls and why. Let's get into this. But the issue is, that's a decision that I think could be handled. I mean, these are small amounts of money end up accumulating into lots of money. And a $100,000 contract for the alarm company to call them to go call somebody to have their people go do it, when the alarm company that you are paying and is your vendor could be calling to other people you say where they are. And yeah, is it a little more work? Yeah, but you pay the person for the work, you spread it out, and you probably save 50 grand. Well, 50 grand here, 50 grand there, ends up making a difference when you're in a tight budget. And on your list of expansion things, there were a number of things less than 200,000 and 300,000. There are places you can get 200,000 or 300,000, I think, out of here if you want to. And I would have never known that if you didn't provide the details and say, yes, you have a contractor that does that. So I'm just kind of, that's kind of a broad sort of observation after basically reading through all of that. I can stop. Other questions?
I just had one last question about the local positions and how feasible it would be to get us a list of the local positions that the county is paying for.
Yeah, I mean, I can share that with you, but it changes. I mean, I give you kind of a general idea, but really from day to day throughout the month as we move people from state to local, it changes. But we'll put some type of a list together to give you as much of that information.
Just to follow up on that, the number in your budget standpoint, you've got to be identifying, you have sort of an average per local person that you pay. And I think it's a question of, Do you have 50, locally paid teachers kind of planned for? I think that's the question that Commissioner Woodbury is asking. And I have that too, because you do list numbers of employees in your local instructional staff. So it's kind of like, what is it now? And there's no, I appreciate the last year numbers for the non-personnel. But the big cut, there's no last number for this year on there to compare to. And so that would show reductions in local positions. Because it does equate to, I mean, the budgeting standpoint, there's an average, yeah, it's going to be more or less, it's within that, but it's still, it's not a position allotment, but it's based on a certain number of positions you desire to staff, and you have sort of an average pay for each of those positions.
We'll get that to you. If it's not exactly what you want, let me know so that we can tweak it. But yeah, we certainly will.
Remind me, please, Dr. Phipps, what was your start date with Salem Forsyth County Schools?
December 1st.
December 1st of last year. I think you've done a lot of work. It showed.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've got a great team of individuals and a strong board that I'm working with.
Anything else to ask Dr. Phipps? Anything else on the list? All right. I think I'm going to turn it back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
It was very detailed, and we're pleased that you're here. We'll turn it back over to the county manager, because she's going to talk a little bit. I think we're going to adjust our order.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Phipps. We are going to adjust our order because we do have some commissioners that need to leave early. The next item was going to be county operations, but we're going to move up community grants. So I'm going to ask our grants administrator, Bailey Arnold, and our grants compliance manager, Kimberly Price Shore, to come up, and we will prep the slide presentation to go over community grants. You do have several handouts that should be in front of you as well, and we will talk through them.
Well, good morning. Happy to be with you.
Give us a second to find, it's on page 86 in your deck that you got there, and we'll be caught up with you.
Okay. I'll wait for the papers to stop shuffling.
Got it. I got it. Everybody there? 86.
Okay. Well, today we're going to be going through community grants, and I'll do a quick review over what the applications look like. We did do that in the budget workshop, so we'll just run through that real quick. But then we'll get to the recommendations by the manager's office and our staff reviewers. So just to start off, we're going to do, we're going to look at the board priorities for each application and recommendation section. So we have cultural, economic opportunity, education, health and safety, which are from the board's adopted policy from September 2024. Again, the application process is entirely online. We use Neighborly software to take the applications, to review monthly reporting that is required from the policy, to review invoices and payment requests that come in from the organization starting the active period. This is our timeline. We're right on track. So we've completed most of our action items for the application period and the grant funding cycle. Our next item that is coming up is the budget public hearing, which is May 19th. For anyone that didn't hear about the reschedule, that did not get updated on this slide. This is our communication strategy again about the application being open. We did multiple new things this year. Did some radio appearances, TV appearances. Of course, we posted on social media with the help of the communications department, and we appreciate all of their help to with that. So the recommended budget, if deemed available, was built on the same budget that we had for this fiscal year. That's $1,819,122. Again, these are the applications received. We received 117, $10 million, with the highest request being 410,000, and the smallest being 2,500. This is a comparison to the current fiscal year and the applications that were received last year. So we had an increase in 40 applications and an increase of $2.3 million for requested funding. So for returning applicants, we had 32 that were awarded, and 29 of those applied again for this year. So 3 less and an increase in $525,000. The 3 that didn't apply, I believe they had reasons for it. Either they didn't need the funding, they had some structural changes in the organization that caused some challenges. But for this year, we had 61 new applications from organizations that did not apply in fiscal year 26, and 11 of those are recommended for funding. So these are the applications by county board priority. We've looked at this before, but I'll just pause. One of the new things that we did this year because of the policy is we did a compliance check on all of the applications before moving them forward for staff review. So we have 2 columns here. One is the compliant organization applications and the other is the non-compliant. So you can see the numbers on that. Of the 117, we had 98 that were compliant and were reviewed by staff, and 19 that were not. So first we'll go through the staff recommendations of the projects, and I will pass to Kim Shore to guide us through this section.
Would you like this?
Okay, I am just going to run through the staff recommendation slides and leave it to our county management office to answer any questions that the board may have for the recommendations. The compliance department does not choose or select, so we are strictly just providing the materials for you. So the recommended for the cultural, these were the organizations that were recommended.
What's the rubric that you all use to recommend?
We have
And while she's passing that out, what I would say is, as the committees did their recommendations, they utilized this rubric. And after this meeting, we will share with you an electronic link that has all of the applications. It has all of the scoring details and all of that, but that is the rubric.
And these are the non-recommended for the cultural category. And please stop me if you have any questions so we can help answer your questions. These are the recommended organizations for the economic opportunity category.
And just so you know, one of your attachments that you have has a short description of the reason the organization was recommended or not. So in one of the attachments, you have the organization's name, a summary of what they stated that they would be doing, and then it's just called staff review, and it's a short blurb of why they were recommended or not. I would caveat this by saying we had over $10 million worth of requests and $1.8 million. So there were a lot of organizations that may be listed as not recommended, and it's not because they're not a worthy organization, and it's not because their proposal was not good. It simply was that we had to start making reductions based on the amount of funding available.
These are the recommended for education category. And these are the not recommended for the education category. The organizations that were recommended for the health. And the not recommended for the health. There's actually 2 pages of that. The recommended for the safety. And then not recommended for the safety.
And I will say one of your other attachments, Train always has perfect timing. One of the other attachments is a matrix of what we are aware of. I think the board had asked if we know which organizations the city was also funding. So one of your attachments shows that we've seen the recommendations for their intergovernmental, but not their community grants, correct? So you will see that reflected. So we have intergovernmental, we do not know yet what they're proposing, or the community grant side that was not published. And then your other handout is organizations that receive multiple funding streams for the county. So some organizations may receive or be recommended for community grants, but they also receive behavioral health funds or opioid settlement funds or a contract with a department. And certainly we're happy to answer any questions, whether it's here or offline, as you work through these materials.
So the applications that did not meet minimum requirements were the ones that didn't pass the compliance check that I mentioned earlier. So this is the list of those, their requested funding, and their category that they belong under. And there are 2 pages.
So, you have the microphone.
Do you kind of make an account of any organizations that we have provided funding for in the past that did not meet the requirements this year? So for example, one of the organizations that I can clearly see that we funded in the past, did they meet requirements then, but just not this time? How are we reconciling that?
So that's a good question. Thank you for asking. So, let me put this on. It is primarily because the policy that went into effect this year did not apply for last year. So this process didn't necessarily occur because it wasn't in effect.
So a lot didn't meet requirements because they did not submit their 990 forms, or an audit was required if you requested more than, I think it was $100,000 per your policy. So it was a lot, some of those things. And once the board decides whatever your final decisions are on the adopted budget, Bailey will go back and make sure those organizations, or any that we've not recommended, receives kind of some recent apply.
And when the application was deficient for whatever reason initially, I recall you followed up and tried to educate them about technical details they might need to comply with in order to qualify.
I did not do that, but I can. At that point, there were 117 applications to go through, so it was a time consideration for me. And at that point, one of the important things with compliance, I believe, is there's a deadline and an expectation that everything is turned in at the deadline. So I didn't want to take additional materials after that point to help them comply. And I feel like that conversation would have opened that up at that point. I hope that makes sense.
Well, you mentioned my question. How many, if any, of these candidates that qualified, this is just for community grants, or were there any for-profits there?
We do not accept for-profit applications, so no.
All right.
I just wanted to sort of put on the record that I think it's good moving forward that the county now have this policy that sort of helps us to go through this process in a more efficient and accountable way. But I think that for some of us in the community that have been concerned about this process, it is, unfortunate that we didn't have this process in place before now, because in essence, if any of the ones that we have given funds to, and I think to these groups is probably sort of, to say the less frustrating, because I've submitted an application as previous and have gotten the county grant, but now, because the process has changed, I don't meet the requirement. Well, I think the county's response is, well, we didn't have per se a system that was preferred in order to make sure that this process didn't seem to be biased, to say the least. And so, I would say that I'm very concerned that we would have organizations that we have granted grants to in previous years, but that we didn't do this year because of the policy. And so I hope that there is some language around, hey, we understand, where you're coming from, but this is the policy that's now set forth by the county commissioners, and this is really to safeguard, I think, all of our citizens, to make sure that this is an equitable and efficient process that we can account for. I just really wanted to put that on the record.
Yes, and I have had an organization reach out to discuss that already. They found the manager's recommended budget from the last meeting that we had. And I talked through, this is exactly what happened, and they were understanding of that. And I make sure to use that language and provide suggestions for future applications so that they can be, compliant. So I do that one-on-one, and I'm happy to do that next year if there's any issues as well. I can follow up with applicants for this year and provide feedback on those that weren't recommended, those that weren't compliant, and work with them to improve their application for next year too.
Okay, I'll hold my other questions until the end, because I don't want to.
And the flip side of what she just said was there were those applicants last year who blundered in the process inadvertently, just as a technical deficiency, whom I noted have improved their performance this year and are on the list. And those are the ones I don't want left behind.
Sure.
When we're out in the community, I don't need a mic. When we're out in the community and we are doing site visits and monitoring, and those that we have, the organizations that we have worked with other grants, their questions are about the community grants. We give them the information that they need even for the dates for the next process for the community grants applications. So we do support them. Even though the ones that may not receive the funding that have the questions, we still support them with their questions, their emails, their phone calls. We still support them to help them to be compliant for the process for the application. So we work with everyone when we're out and about.
And I'd like to add too, we did a application orientation, as we do every year, and I did go through the new policy with them. So all the information was out there at least, and it is the applicant's responsibility to understand the policy and to follow it. You know, it's up to them at that point once it's open.
And it looks like, just going off memory of who I believe has received it in the past, it looks like it was 5 organizations that previously received funding that did not meet the compliance requirements.
I have just a few questions to either highlight examples or to ask for a bit more information. There's a lot of confusion, I think, publicly about what community grants are and are not. I think it bears repeating, the total amount of the spending that we're talking about here is less than $2 million out of an almost $600 million budget.
0.4%.
0.4%, so it's not a lot of the taxpayers' total money going into this. For example, in the recommended projects for economic opportunity, you've got experiment and self-reliance, it's $55,000. As I understand that this is going toward the first-time home buyers program, the IDA, the individual development accounts. And would you explain briefly what that program does?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And this has been a long time partnership with the county.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So this has been a long time partnership with the county. That is a program that the county and Experiment and Self-Reliance partnered with. It is a cohort program where individuals who are interested in attaining home ownership, they get a personal success coach. They work over a year, coursework with a personal coach to save funds, prepare their credit, get prepared to purchase a house and receive down payment assistance at the end of that. So, yes, sir.
So as I understand it, this is basically one of our most cost-effective affordable housing development programs.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate a bit on the Senior Care Training Center? Again, this is a $50,000 grant.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you keep hold of that? And our questions will be short.
Sure.
And
Sure.
your explanation may be a little long.
Yeah, so this is a new applicant this year. They for a program that work to train more nurses, specifically for senior care and assisted living centers. We know that is a position of need in the community, and so this was a partial funding to help create an additional workforce in our community.
So these would be probably LPN?
Yes, sir. I was going back. Nurse aid 1, nurse aid 2. So those are the courses. Yes, sir. I believe it was LPNs.
And this is both individual economic opportunity and helping fill a community need for healthcare.
Yes, sir. That was the committee's thought when we recommended it.
All right, thanks. In the area of health, I know that probably the biggest ticket here is senior services, and that's the Meals on Wheels program.
Yes, sir.
And this amount that we have in here essentially enables them to provide Meals on Wheels services to over 300 shut-in seniors.
Correct.
Could you tell us what the Second Harvest Food Bank of Northwest North Carolina allocation, and this is a small, well, this is $65,000.
Yes, just a moment while I scroll over to that.
I think it was a local fresh fruits and vegetables program
Yes,
for,
absolutely.
for school pantries.
You got it. You got it.
And In the recommended safety category, you've got the Children's Law Center of Central North Carolina getting $65,500 as a recommendation. And perhaps you could tell us a bit what that covers.
Sorry, that's my category. We tag teamed this. And Children's Law Center essentially provides legal representation for our children that are in need. So it's supporting critical legal services that protect children, including custody advocacy and domestic violence cases.
So this would be in the courtroom, basically.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I do have.
We're on a budget. We only have one microphone.
So I'm at the recommended for education. So we have, for some groups, I think for all, I mean, they requested one amount and, you know, in fairness to all groups, no one received their requested amount. But for some, it seems like a much larger gap between what was requested and what was recommended. And so, and I'll give you for an example, and I'm not, you know, it just, these are glaring differences in my opinion. So for example, for Smart Starter for Forsyth County, they requested $119,540. What's recommended is $15,940. So that's, you know, a very large gap. However, for Callidium, it's $300,000 requested, but they received $200,000 recommended. So how did you determine, based on the request, the percentage of that request that would be recommended?
I mean, it really depended on each individual application. So for some, the reason the recommended is much lower is there may have been items that were not deemed allowable as part of their request. And so for some, it would be, we're just recommending materials only, or some of them needed a lot of additional staff that wasn't really sustainable as part of the recommendation. So it really depends on every individual application. We look through their budgets and what they were asking for. So it was not anything scientific that said you get 50% or 75 or whatever. It has everything to do with the application and what they were requesting.
When you see the applications, you'll see a very detailed 5-line budget associated with that.
Okay.
And we do, we have those all ready and set to share. It's in a folder, so it's all digital. They'll have access to all of the application materials. That includes the application itself that they filled out and any supporting materials such as the line-by-line budget, letters of support, and 990, all sorts of everything.
I think maybe my closing comments that I do have to leave is,
you know, one, I would just like to commend the staff for continuing to improve upon this process. I think that if we're just being authentic, just amongst this board, and I would speak for myself instead of all, is that I fully, you know, support how, you know, the taxpayer dollars can be reinvested back into the good of a lot of our nonprofit organizations. I think, though, that we may be missing out on an opportunity to leverage what we already gracious.
It's on good. We'll get some new batteries.
Okay, I'll try to use my teacher's voice. But I think that we're missing out on an opportunity to leverage what the citizens of this community already invest in. So our categories are all in alignment with what we, you know, from a legislative standpoint, already have to do anyhow. And I'm wondering if we're missing out on any opportunities to work with our nonprofits based on what we're already doing. So for example, in the Department for Economic and Community Development, we're doing great things there, but I wonder if some of the nonprofits know what we're doing such that there can be some collaboration before there's this big ask that we can't really compensate for, right? And so, and then also, for example, in education, we have, an amazing school district that's doing all kinds of different things in education that then some of the nonprofit groups come to ask for because they just don't know that it's already being done through, our public school system. And so I'm hoping that as we move forward, we can try to, find some, proactive dialogue with some of the nonprofits, because obviously if community grants is only 0.4% of our budget, then it's very limited funds. And so how are we actually even leveraging these dollars to make an impact when so little is going into it anyhow?
Thank you. And so that's the one point that I would make. And right now, as someone who is unapologetically a proponent of public school education, and to me, as a citizen, that's the greatest return on investment, public school education. The $1.8 million says to me, oh, what if we could also provide beyond the formula ask another $1.8 million to go into public school education to salvage it. So then there's another sort of dilemma. And so, I think that this is a great opportunity, again, lastly, for the county to work collaboratively with our nonprofit organizations. But I also think that the county commissioners, have a hard decision to make as relates to extending some additional grace to public school as one of our cornerstones of what makes any county a great county. So I appreciate the information. Thank you.
We just have, I think, one more slide.
Oh, Chantel, last thing, could you talk to the community about the county already has community grants that come through state and federal dollars that's not a part of this amount here?
Thank you. So yes, we provide community grants in a different kind of way, meaning we allocate dollars for behavioral health funding, and those are dollars that comes through our general fund, but it is allocated specifically for behavioral health services to support individuals with mental health, substance use, and intellectual developmental disabilities. We also provide funding for opioid settlement funds, and that is a pot of money we received through the opioid settlement. We also have home and community care block grant funds that we receive from the state that helps individuals that are aging, so our senior population. And we also have juvenile crime prevention council funds that we receive from the state, as well as almost $1 million that we allocate. In addition to that, many of our departments also contract with nonprofits for services when it is deemed something that the department, the county needs. So we do support our nonprofits through those other mechanisms as well. Thank you. Any other, next steps.
Okay. So this is just next steps. We're all aware of that. So the applications are now with you. The recommendations have been made. So they are there for you. We have, I did change the date on this slide. On May 19th, the budget public hearing, organizations have been made aware of the date and the change of date. So they are welcome to speak on behalf of their application and their organization. They are not required to. I do get questions about that. It is completely voluntary, just for the public's benefit of knowing that. And then the final funding decisions will be made by the board during the budget adoption. And I think, there's our contact information. And then if there are any other questions, we can take those, but I think we got through most of them.
Any other questions from the board? And again, Carl Denise and I can always talk to you offline about various applications if you have additional questions, and look forward to the continued dialogue. All right, now we're going to skip back to county operations, and Kyle Wolf, our budget director, will kick us off.
Yeah, and it's, I believe, page 52. There you go. So what we're going to do now is we'll walk through just a kind of a high-level overview of different county operations by service area. But before we do, just as a whole, personal services, this is a high-level view of the personal services impacts in the FY27 recommended budget. It includes this a 1.5% performance-based salary increase, which is based on an average of 3.63%. In the current year FY26 budget, and also in the 25 budget, maybe even the 24 budget, we were at 1 to 6% performance-based salary increases based on 4.37% increase. So there's a little bit of a slight decrease on performance this year. There's $200,000 reserved for reclasses based on Piedmont Triad Regional Council of Government study. That is the same amount of money that we have in the FY26 budget. I think Shannon will talk a little bit more about that in her presentation. We've talked already about health insurance. You've seen the increase there that is happening in FY27. It's an additional $3.2 million total impact. Include the employee contribution. And then retirement, the increase for retirement is going up again from 14.35 to 15.1 for general employees, and from 16.1 to 17.1 for law enforcement employees. The other thing that we wanted to talk about before we actually go through the different service areas and the changes, the budget for some line items has shifted from one department to another in the 26 adopted budget, which makes the adopted recommended comparison look larger or lower in some cases, and we'll call some of those out as we go through. Other things to think about or to consider, or changes that have happened in the FY27 budget. Performance increases have traditionally been budgeted in our non-departmental budget and then transferred into department budgets throughout the year. This year for FY27, what we've done is we've taken them out of non-departmental and we've budgeted the performance increase within each different department. And so that will make, again, the adopted to recommended comparison look a little off. Utilities have been budgeted within various departments for years and years. In FY26 as well, we've moved most of the utilities out of departmental budgets and into the general services budget. It was really an efficiency kind of thing, and so I'll call out the departments where it was really impacted the most. And then also vehicles have been budgeted in non-departmental and our sub-fund 107, and we've decided to go ahead and move those into, it's still Fund 107, but they are showing up in emergency services, the sheriff's office, and general services for FY27.
Can I make one comment about that, Kyle?
Sure.
I think these three changes were really good. I mean, really important, and it makes it, but for reading this year's budget document, very confusing, because when you look at the budgeted amount, for example, on any department, it includes the anticipated 3.63% rate, but when you look at the budget for last year, it doesn't have that in it because it was in another code, non-departmental. So if you start looking through the budget, and this happened to me, I'm looking through the budget book and I'm saying, how can there be these increases between adopted budget and recommended budget and knowing that our revenue had only increased by 1%, a little over 1%. How could we have these 7, 8, 9% increases? So I called Chantel and said, what is happening here? And how could this be? So then when you understand that, then it changes. If the non-departmental stuff had been redistributed, and into the accounts, it'd been good. But going in the future, this will be really good. For reading this budget document, it is really difficult to begin. You can't get any comparison between departmental increases because of these changes. And some are adding back in departments, utilities are coming out of departments, and then we're adding back vehicles into just 3 departments. But logically, this makes a huge amount of sense for actually understanding the department's budget. So I thank you for doing that. It's just, we have to really qualify comparisons on everything else because of this.
And we can provide some reports that truly show like the amended budget for each department. I actually have some handouts I can give you guys later on that will help on some degree for that, to help you there. And so just looking at public safety, these are the departments that we included: public safety, emergency management, emergency services, interagency, the sheriff, and family justice center. And so you can see the dollar year-over-year change recommended to adopted, and the percentage change. And if you look at the next slide, really kind of break it out, personal services and operating between the 2 different departments. Because you're absolutely right. I mean, this actually doesn't look, I don't know, maybe 7.4% is, I mean, it's not good, but it's, for operating, you had a lot of utilities that came out of operating in emergency, in the sheriff's office, for example, because of the jail. I think it's around $900,000 that came out. But you also have a bunch of money for vehicles that are going into the department, and so it does make it a little bit skewed. So the amended to recommended charts that we have will probably provide a little bit better context there. One other thing that I will say, well, and it won't show, again, it won't show the amended part, but on page 86 in your budget document, you'll see a breakdown of expenditure category, and it has department by department in each expenditure category, if you want to see those a little bit closer. As far as enhancement requests go in public services, in public safety, you can see here the list of enhancements in emergency services. I'll also point you out to there's a page number that's referenced here. That correlates to the appendices, the page number in the appendices, which will give a little bit more, it's a write-up of what the request actually is. And so you can see the amounts of what the net county dollar cost is. We'll highlight that the ballistic vest replacement is recommended to be funded within our capital investment plan. And then the 2 firefighters there at the bottom are partially funded. It's not fully funded because I think there was some equipment that we figured out we could get by on without in FY27. And so it's not fully funded, but the 2 firefighter positions are fully funded.
And as we go through these enhancement slides, Kyle, Denise, and I are going to kind of call out a few things. I'm going to ask you, Wolf, if you could pass this on to Haney.
And also, if I could just make one other quick note before I hand it over to Kyle. For the EMS and ambulance enhancement, you see there's no page number there. They were just, when we printed out the book, we didn't realize that we had not put those in, or the write-ups in, and so there's no page number on there. They're in your book, but there's no page number on it. But it's basically, it would basically be page 283 in your book if you needed to.
That's a good segue, because that's actually the enhancement that I wanted to call out and just talk about a little bit. I know at our budget workshop in April, we went through capital, we talked about vehicles. There's been a lot of work this year on that vehicle replacement plan. And so I did want to just briefly mention this. So in the recommended budget, ambulance replacement is funded at the same level we have funded at the last couple fiscal years. In looking at working with our fleet manager, the department, and budget staff, it was determined that really that level of funding is not a level that is going to continue to sustain our current fleet. It does not fully replace the current fleet. It does provide remounts, but those boxes age out at some point. And so they did a lot of work to identify what would be the level we would need to fund to replace our current fleet. And that is the ambulance enhancement 1. And then ambulance enhancement 2, we talk a lot about the need to increase service in EMS is how we would build our fleet. And so we wanted to make sure we drew attention to those. And I know our EMS staff as well as fleet manager here, if you have any questions.
I have an overview question so that I'm correctly understanding the material in today's handout. The public safety enhancement requests are items that are in the recommended budget or not in the recommended budget?
No, sir. So most of them are not. Most of them are not recommended. You can see the asterisk at the bottom. Those 2 requests are funded in different places, but the majority of these are not.
Yep. So again, the ballistic vest, I'll call it out as we go through each of these slides, but the ballistic vest is not in the general fund budget, but it is recommended, it is part of our capital improvement plan. And then the 2 firefighters there at the bottom are partially in. I mean, the positions are fully funded. There's some equipment cost that's not included in the budget.
And we'll talk about that when we get to the fire section.
Well, in the recommended budget, there are some specific numbers, and emergency services is recommended for a little over, almost $2.4 million of investment, as I understand it, unless I'm totally misreading the.
For enhancements or just their overall budget?
Their overall budget.
Oh, yes, most of that is just salary increases, benefits, operating. We got over almost $20 million worth of enhancements, and my recommendations on enhancements is less than $2 million. And most of that is offset by some sort of revenue source.
That's exactly right. And the only thing I can say is those 2 firefighters are represented in that number, as well as some increase in medical supplies costs.
Continuing with public safety enhancements, you can see there's 4 requests for interagency communications. None of those are included in the recommended budget. And then starting with the sheriff's office, the next few slides go through their requests. Again, the page numbers for these requests are listed. On this slide, the additional detention center operating funds of $806,000 is in the recommended budget. And again, the ballistic vests that the sheriff's office is requesting is recommended to be funded in the capital. It's in the capital improvement plan. So those 2 would be funded. On this page for the sheriff's office, there's really only one of these requests that's recommended to be funded right now, which is the gun switch out and weapon light. Again, that would be funded in the CIP, the capital improvement plan. On this one, you've really just got the one position that is a Deputy 1 position for Clemens. That's fully offset by revenue from Clemens as well. And so that is the only one on that page that is that's included in the recommended budget. Shifting to Health and Human Services, again, you can see dollar for dollar change here by department. One thing that I would probably highlight here, with you see public health expenditure budget going down almost $300,000. We also we did some right sizing of revenue on the intergovernmental side, and so there's a decrease in public health expenditures as well. As you go through, again, you can see this, again, significant decrease in operating there, which I believe also is really tied to, again, that public health right sizing that we're doing.
These are people and equipment, things that have never been, they've not been funded and not been done, basically.
In public health, or?
Yes.
It's basically the way we have funded public health in the past is we've kind of budgeted 100% of the revenue that we could budget, and then also budgeted an expenditure side. As we've seen, as the board has seen, our intergovernmental revenue realization is much less, and usually the expenditures are as well. And so we did not budget as much revenue as we could in public health, and we also reduced expenditures in public health.
Right.
Yeah. On the enhancement side, there's really just the folder insert or document software that is recommended to be funded. And what I would call out here is, while this is showing a county dollar cost of almost $50,000, the department has proposed eliminating a vacant position to make that zero, and we have in the FY27 budget eliminated that position, so it is a $0 cost to fund that. I think, Denise, were you going to talk about the public health, the Forsyth Winds?
Yeah, there's a couple of things I'd like to talk about here. Let's start with social services. So special assistance is going up. We know that to be the case. It's continued utilization. It doesn't have a cap on it. It's a mandated service. I really need additional social workers to help in that space. We also, on public health, have Forsyth Winds, and we have some state appropriations for that we've not yet seen, but are promised to us. So we're watching that one very closely, and you'll see to continue operations for that service is going to require some continued county dollars associated with it. Also in public health, we have a part-time physician assistant or nurse practitioner that we are looking to move from part-time to full-time. That person would have flexibility and be able to work across areas and fill in gaps and continue to support not having a reliance on a temporary agency.
I do think we need to clarify pure violence a little bit more, because the 178 county dollars is really funds that can be used that public health has already identified as part of their agreement addendum. So there are funds available to continue the program. Again, assuming we get the $250,000 we were awarded from the Governor's Crime Commission, we just have not seen those funds. And then for the special assistance program, we have included in the recommended budget almost $1 million of special assistance funds that is an unfunded mandate based on the services that our staff's required to provide. What we did not include in the recommended budget are people to actually help distribute that almost $1 million.
And the 178 is paid out of a specific agreement addendum with the state. We do already have permission to use those dollars.
Again, this is just an overview comment. It would be helpful to me, and probably to others on the commission, to have a breakdown of the items that are included in the recommended budget for each of these areas. Because it can be confusing to us, let alone the public. Well, are we continuing Forsyth Winds or not? And this says, yes, we are, and this is where the funds that we're using.
The list, it's only the asterisks, and we can clip out in my manager's recommended budget, have a really short chart. It's hardly anything, but it is only the asterisk that is in the recommended budget.
Well, but actually, you have just said that there are two identified revenue streams that are not otherwise allocated that you anticipate using for the Forsyth Winds continue.
If the board agrees. The reason I did not put Forsyth Winds in the manager's recommended budget is to have board dialogue about how you would like to see, if any, that program continues. Because it did start as a joint city-county program, and now the county is picking it up. So that's the only reason I didn't put that specifically in there.
But the $250,000 has been basically approved from the Governor's Crime Commission.
Approved, awarded, but no contract, no dollars. It's still in this limbo state, but we do have something saying we should get $250,000 for 2 years, total $500,000.
Yeah.
But that's been in limbo for a while.
Well, take this as an example. Is this something that you anticipate being considered and acted on one way or another as part of our budget adoption? Or is this something that you are anticipating bringing back as a budget amendment later if the funds come through?
I think what I would like is, well, twofold. If we don't get the $250,000 in writing before budget adoption, I would bring that back later. At a minimum, if the board wants to continue, I would recommend we put in the $178,000 that we can use of public health dollars, because that would at least allow them to continue for a few months while we're waiting on the additional dollars.
And if you use I didn't understand this, $178,000 for public health, then what's not getting done in public health that these dollars would pay for?
These are one-time revenues that's coming through from the state anyways that we're trying to allocate towards certain things, and Denise can talk about
Are they earmarked? The allocation is just, here's some money, or is allocated for something?
The allocation is here's some money, and there's certainly scopes and parameters of use with those dollars. We are also using additional dollars from this same agreement addendum, so above the 178 for other areas. But again, that 178 right now is earmarked for Forsyth Winds, and it has state approval for using that pot of money for that reason.
And the city has pulled out of that program?
Yes.
And has its own youth violence program now, is that correct?
I'm not aware of any additional programs that they have.
Had a youth violence summit.
Well, that's just to talk about all of the things that they would like organizations to do, but I'm not aware of any funds that's associated.
That's money they're spending to talk about things.
That's my disclaimer is that's my understanding.
So it seems to me that, is your question to us, are you recommending to us that we have, if the Governor's Crime Commission money arrives, we do it because we have funds from DHHS or from the public health, that we would be able to cover that, and is that your recommendation that we can do?
Yes.
Contingent upon the Governor's Crime Commission money?
Yes.
So the culture and recreation, you can see that's really our library and our parks. You see the dollar for dollar change year over year.
Before you go on, since I know since it's included, somebody's going to ask me about it, since I feel the parks person. It's fine. Explain the cut there.
Yeah, that really is
Moving utilities
moving out of the parks.
That's the confusing part. See, it looks like a cut, but it's not.
It's not really a cut. Okay.
It really
Thank
is.
you.
It is really driven by the utility shift. As far as enhancements go, you can see here they are. Just none of these enhancements are included in the FY27 budget. There is a recommendation to fund these utility vehicles in the CIP, but everything else is not in the budget. On environmental management, you can see that's our EAP, conservation, natural resources, and inspections.
May I ask, is that the same thing, shifting the utilities?
That one actually is not. The decrease there is actually, they have $1 million grant. And basically that's being spent down. And so as that is spent down, that's really the decrease. It's tied to a grant for them. And that's really what that is too. It's, so I think it's budgeted at, I think it's budgeted at $1 million this year, and I think it's budgeted at $950 next year. There's one request by EAP for a community hygiene solid waste abatement program, and that is not included in the budget. And community economic development, it's the airport, CED, and planning. And so you can see the change here between personal services and operating. Not too much to discuss there. There were no enhancement requests for CED. Kirby let me know there is one that we did not include in our book, and so I'll hand that to you. I'll give that to you as a handout for next week. But there is a request for their IDA program.
Yeah, we've been funding the small business IDA program with ARPA funds as well as some grant funds from the STEP Foundation. We are coming to the end of those, and so there may be additional costs to continue that program, and we can provide more details on that.
On administration, you can see a number of departments that are included in administration. And you'll see this huge $3.8 million increase for general services, and that is largely the utilities. It's also a little bit of vehicles, but most of that increase is really on the utility side. See personal services again. You can see the increase in operating. That really is the utilities and a small portion of vehicles and general services. As far as enhancements go, this is a list of enhancements. None of these are included in the FY27 recommended budget.
I was going to pull one out here as well.
Okay.
So the fleet management information system is the one that I wanted to talk about. Once again, the board at the April workshop heard a lot about vehicles, and I think there was a lot of questions around how are we tracking, and do we have the right size, the right usage of our vehicles, and one of the limitations we've had on that is really the tracking system that we have does not really provide a lot of accurate data. And so this enhancement was really aimed at giving us a lot more data so that we could analyze how vehicles are being used, see if there are ways that we can be more efficient with that. Our staff is dedicated to working on that because that was the board feedback from that. I think without this, it will be much more difficult to get accurate data with the system we have right now. So that is why this was requested.
And then general government, it's the elections, register of deeds, tax, and non-departmental. You can see significant decrease in non-departmental. Again, a lot of that is vehicles moving out, as well as the performance increases moving out into various departments. And so yeah, the personal services, the decrease there is really it's really the performance increases. I feel like there's something else.
Back in
there.
each department, right?
I'm sorry?
That $6 million is putting the 3.630% raise back into the department.
That's correct. I'm trying to, I might have to get, I would like to dig into that because that number seems off to me just in my head, but I'm sure it's right. It's just, it would be more than just performance increases. It's also our OPEB, the $1.6 million for OPEB that we do not have in non-departmental. So yeah, so that's really what that is. Other post-employment benefits.
Thank you.
And so enhancement request, the elections board requested $12,000 for increase for their board. And none of these are included in the FY27 budget. I do have an asterisk by the grant writer just to say that it would be expected or anticipated that, if that was funded, that position would eventually be successful in obtaining grants, enough grants to offset the cost of the position.
So that's not in your record.
It is not.
It's not, but, because I think it's up, it's up for board discussion, but I will say, I do think a successful grant writer would pay for itself, because you can get admin costs associated with that, and so I do think there would eventually be an offset of revenue. I do think we are missing out on opportunities for state and federal funds and even other organizations. We do not have a dedicated grant writer in the county. Departments do their best to try to get grants, but it is a subject matter expertise for some that, it's hard to write for grants and to be dedicated to that. So I do think we're losing money by not having a grant writer. It is something that I would recommend, but it's not in my recommended budget.
I have a suggestion. You heard me say this before. It's awkward to explain why an elected board is getting a salary increase when we're asking for a tax increase, however modest it is. And this, even though it's mere pocket change in terms of salaries and the whole budget, I'd be happy to recommend for board consideration that we, nix any salary adjustment for the elected boards this year and fund the elections board, because they're actually being required to work harder by the state in terms of what they're doing on overseeing elections. And if there's a little bit left over of salary increases not going to that, stick it in fund balance.
I think Kyle did the calculation, and it's about $8,000.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do a partial increase.
Well, if I'm reading this right, this is the enhancement request, and I don't see any recommendation.
No, I was just answering Commissioner Bessie's question. He's recommending that the county commissioners do not receive an increase, and was saying that savings could offset the elections board if this so chose.
I misinterpreted the way that read. I misinterpreted when I read it at home. Sorry, I got it. That's election.
Yeah. So two separate considerations. It could be linked or not, but the initial recommendation for no increases for the elected boards this year, that stands.
Mr. Bessie, I'll make an observation to that. That came up last year, and that in fact did happen. So at the end, whenever we get to it, I'll wait till everybody's here and I'll ruffle all of the feathers at one time. That I can use that if they want to hear it again. I don't think they want to hear it again, but it's. I'll just say that for last, I plan not to let my tone rise too much today. So when I go home to work, on the farm, I can concentrate on what I'm doing, and I better stop there.
And so,
I'll stop right there, and I'll do it all at one time.
okay, so Shannon Hutchins, our HR director, is going to come up next and just talk about employee impacts in the FY27 budget. And
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So just to give you an update on where we are with employees and to talk a little bit more about the enhancements that, the countywide enhancements that HR has requested this year. So the county has 2,559 positions, and that's across 28 departments. Since early 2020, the job market in general has seen a lot of volatility, and that includes high turnover, wage pressures, talent shortages, economic uncertainty. And we certainly have also seen those challenges with recruitment and retention. The county has entered currently a more stable period, which does offer some opportunity to improve workforce strategies. So in this slide here, you can kind of see a year-over-year update of separations, hires and rehires, and what our turnover rate is currently and what it's been over the last several years. Fiscal years 22 through 24, you can see with our turnover rates here, they were significantly higher than other years. We have finally started to trend downward, which is great. We're currently at a 16.8% turnover rate. And in these separations here, I'll also note that that does include part-time and full-time employees, including seasonal and retirements. So fiscal year to date, the county has hired 390 employees across the county, and we have processed 364 employee separations. To increase employee engagement and retention and offer additional recruitment tools, Human Resources has requested several employee enhancements. The estimated cost to implement the requested enhancements is $4.7 million, and that includes a 401k contribution increase going from 2.5% to 5%. Wanted to note also that 33 counties in North Carolina do contribute at least 5% or more to employees' 401k. Implementation of paid wellness days, and what these are just PTO hours that would not roll over and would not be paid out to employees if they terminated or they didn't use the leave. Paid parental leave, which would offer up to 6 weeks of paid leave for the care of a newborn or a child placed for adoption, foster care, or guardianship. Other enhancements include reducing the service time to longevity eligibility from 7 years to 5 years of county service. And what that means is, well, let me just add that there would be no impact to county service, so it would not affect retirement or anything like that, health insurance for retirement. That is strictly for annual leave accruals. The addition of the Juneteenth holiday, I also want to note that we regularly receive questions and comments from employees about the Juneteenth holiday. You know, the major counties that we compete with, the Durham, Guilford, even the city of Winston-Salem, have added this holiday. Also requesting an increase to the bilingual pay, moving from 65 cents per hour to $1 per hour. And those are what we've requested this year. The total for all would be $4.719 million. So I would like to mention that the county does partner with PTRC, the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, to conduct a market study and review positions that are identified as experiencing significant changes in duties and responsibilities each year. Due to budget pressures in fiscal year 25-26, $200,000 was allocated of the $2.13 million needed to make all the recommended adjustments. As a result, there were no market adjustments to employee salaries. Necessary reclasses were made. Some examples of that included the emergency services reorganization, reactivating the MIH paramedic classification, a CPS after-hours unit, and 2 licensed skilled trade specialists. There were also 8 administrative positions.
But if you did, help me understand that, because I read, you did reclasses on those positions, but there's no, you did reclasses on those positions that you mentioned. So what source of revenue paid the increase in salary that the reclasses resulted in?
That would be the $200,000 that was
So that is,
allocated
so that's already, that was what you did last year?
last year.
And you're proposing, okay, I'm sorry, I got it.
So to make all recommended adjustments to market or even some reclassifications would have been $2.13 million last year.
I read that.
So the total annualized cost to implement all recommended market and classifications adjustments for the upcoming fiscal year equals $2.353 million. The county manager, as you saw earlier, has included $200,000 in the recommended budget to address prioritized reclassifications this coming up year. Jobs recommended for market adjustments will not receive increases due to the limited budget. Examples of those that were identified as needing a market adjustment would be deputy clerk to the Board of County Commissioners, the senior office assistant classification, custodian, environmental health specialist, public health nurse, and telecommunicator, to name a few.
So, the 200,000 does not include any of the examples.
Right.
Whereas on the last chart, you did, because it was last year.
Sorry, yeah.
So basically, all we had last year to work with, we had over $2 billion worth of recommendations from our third-party company to do market adjustments to increase salaries. Because of the challenges we had last year, we were only able to do $200,000. It was not market adjustments, it was reclassifications. Essentially, this person's doing this job, and now it's kind of changed to this job. And so we're finding ourselves in the same predicament this year in terms of just challenges in our revenue, which I will say, it concerns me because we've really prided ourselves on every year being able to do market adjustments to keep up with our competitors. I mean, part of our turnover is because people are going to other counties who pay more. And so the more we keep kind of, not doing it, the farther we're getting behind on being able to retain our employees. So the biggest thing is we want to keep the people that we have, first and foremost. And then certainly if for some reason they decide to leave, then we need to be able to recruit. And so this year we have a long list because what happened last year didn't go away. So we still have that list plus some other things that the consultant is seeing that's happening around us of about $2 million worth of recommendations.
But our turnover rate was the lowest it's been in 4 years.
It's still not,
Just point that out.
it's still not good though. 16% turnover rate is just not great.
But back in the time, that chart of turnover rate went back to about 17 or 18. And at a time when we were making those adjustments, and they're about the same as what they are now.
Because honestly, other counties are still doing a lot of things. And so this is to keep us, what I would say, competitive. It's not putting us at the top, it's not putting us at the bottom, it's just keeping us in the mix. And so the more we don't do that, the more we get behind. So I have to say that on behalf of all of the employees who work really hard. That is something that I'm concerned about not being able to do 2 years in a row, but I also understand with revenue challenges, we may not be able to, but the $200,000 will primarily go to a few reclassifications. There's still some reorganizational type things that needs to happen in emergency services, specifically to help with response times, those types of things, and a few other areas that we'll be able to address. And then we'll leave a little wiggle room, as things always happen in the middle of the year, to be able to address.
Well, with apologies to hardworking staff members, this looks like precisely the kind of budgeting that we are asking the school system to do, things that we would like to be able to do, that would be good to do, that we don't have the revenue to do this year.
That's why I didn't put it in my recommended budget, because I'm making the tough decisions on your behalf to not do that. I mean, so I feel comfortable with my recommended budget, but I would be remiss if I did not tell you I'm still concerned about it.
I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
I suggest it's probably lunchtime.
We can go to lunch. 30 minutes? 45? What do you,
Probably make it 30.
30 minutes?
Good afternoon, welcome back. So as part of the budget every year as a board, in addition to setting the tax rate for the general fund, also sets tax rates for fire service in the county. This year, there is the recommendation moves the system in a little bit of a different direction. And so wanted to start by giving some background and leading into what why the recommendation was made. Before I get into that, I do want to just recognize a couple fire chiefs who are in the room. Chief Walt Beroff, the chief from Vienna, is here, and he also serves as the chairperson of the Fire Commission, and then Chief Gary Stiers from Clemens, who is also on the Fire Commission as well. So just as background, Forsyth County is responsible for fire suppression, prevention, and investigations in areas of the county without municipal service. So the city of Winston-Salem, the town of Kernersville, city of King, city of High Point, all have their own municipal fire services. They set their own tax rate, they fund their own fire departments. For the areas outside of that, the county provides for fire suppression, prevention, and investigation. The way the county does this is through contracting with 16 different fire departments to serve the areas for suppression. I think it's important to know that the departments that they contract with are a mix of nonprofit departments who have their own board of directors. There's 14 of those, as well as 2 municipalities, the city of Keene and the town of Earl Hall. We contract with them to serve areas outside of their municipal boundaries. And so historically, the county has funded these fire departments to provide these services through 25 individual fire tax and service districts. These were districts that were established over the years. An individual tax rate is set in those districts, and those funds are raised each year. The Board of Commissioners set the tax rate. And those funds were provided to these contracted departments to provide fire service in those areas. So the commissioners set those tax rate annually. The funds are levied, and then those are provided to those departments. And all of those rural districts and service districts have a tax rate cap of 15 cents on those. So the highest those tax rates could be is 15 cents.
Do that by local policy or by state?
That's by statute with the type of district it is, yes, sir. The fire departments have always received all those tax monies. So whatever's collected in that district needs to go to serve that district. So that money's raised to provide to that fire department to serve that district. And if there were funds left over, their savings stayed with that department, added to their fund balance, as well as whatever items were purchased became property of that department because it was purchased with that local money and needed to stay in that area to serve that district. Here's an image of all of those 25 service districts throughout the county. So you can see they vary in size, location, but each of those individual districts have traditionally had their own tax rate set. So talking about some of the trends that we've seen in the fire service. So the model of service that the county has provided with these contracting departments has worked very well for several decades, mainly because they were using volunteers, which reduced the cost of operations and allowed them to get by with lower budgets. However, in recent years, there have been some trends that have impacted their ability to serve those communities. And I'll just mention these are not Forsyth County specific, these are statewide, nationwide trends. We've had some economic changes. Two income households is more common, as well as decline in shift work. Those are some of the areas where volunteers would come from. They would have shift work, and the days off they'd come in and volunteer. That's really changed the dynamic of volunteerism in these departments. At the same time, there's also been an increase in the requirements for volunteers, the type of trainings they have to go through, the hours they have to put in, which has also decreased the number of volunteers who participate in the system. At the same time that we started to see decreased volunteerism, We also saw a dramatic increase in the call volume that are going into these fire departments. So they're having to go on more calls. A lot of that is associated with medical calls and their role in our emergency response system to support medical calls. They're generally closer. The fire departments are closer to areas, and so they get there first. EMS comes and supports, or they stay there until EMS is there. Likewise, cost of operations have dramatically increased, and specifically in the last 5 or 6 years. Since COVID, we've seen over a 100% increase in the cost of apparatus in some areas. So the fire truck that was costing you $500,000 back in 2020 is now about $1.2 million. And there's a lot of economic reasons for this, but that is definitely the trend we've seen. So overall, less free labor from volunteers and more cost, which has really impacted our fire departments. So talk about some of those impacts. With less volunteers, our system has become more reliant on career staff for consistent and reliable response. Essentially, sorry, the microphone's falling off here. Essentially, with the fewer volunteers, you have to have more paid people to be able to get a truck out and respond. However, the district funding model we had has provided inequitable ability to address these trends. So essentially, you've had areas, districts that have had a lot of property value growth, a lot of development, which has a larger tax base, which would allow them to hire full-time staff, which would allow them to get apparatus out and serve that community. And those areas with lower tax base, less development, have been more reliant on volunteers. And as we've said, that has become less reliable over the years. I think one of the chiefs said it this way, used to they had maybe 40 volunteers, and when you called those 40 volunteers, 30 would show up. Now if you have 15 or 20 volunteers, some days you might get 10, some days you might get 3. And so it does not provide for reliable response. I will also just mention that all districts have struggled to keep pace with these costs. We talk about the different abilities from the districts, but with the cost of full-time staff as well as equipment, some departments have had to make a decision on whether they're going to spend money on staff or replace equipment. So it has stressed the entire system. So we resulted with a system that has a large variance in tax rate, large variance in service levels, and a large reliance on mutual aid to provide adequate manpower. Where back in the volunteer days, these departments would be able to get enough people from their own district to go and fight a fire. We're very reliant on each other at this point. So for instance, in some areas, it may take 4 to 6 departments to bring adequate manpower to a working fire. So you get your department there, it's in your district with your truck and your manpower, but you also need your neighbors to come and bring their firefighters as well to really have a crew big enough to actually fight that fire. Some departments without full-time staff still have times with limited or no coverage, and so either they're relying on part-time staff, that is a big thing for our system, but those part-time staff generally have a full-time job somewhere else. So if they're working their full-time job, they're not available to work there. They also don't have to come in, and so there's some times certainly at specific days that it's hard to have coverage. As a result, one of the things the county has done over the years is the counties provide additional manpower through what we call the 09 program. And so this is county employed firefighters who respond on trucks, not engines, but trucks, to support our contracted fire departments. And so provides additional manpower to assist them in fighting fires and responding to emergencies. This has been, for the last several years, funded through a different funding district that was created in 2019. And so traditionally, sales tax was generated from the fire tax, and it was sufficient to pay for these county firefighters as well as our fire marshals. But in recent years, that cost has grown, and the county in 2019 created a fire overlay district. And so this is a tax district over all the rural districts. So it levies from all of those areas to support countywide efforts. That was in 2019. That's been used over the last several years to fund the 09s and our prevention and investigations. So I want to kind of bring us to where we are now. Over the last couple of years, the commissioners have directed staff to really look into our fire system, analyze where we are, and provide some recommendations going forward. This started with a study group that was created as part of the FY 2025 budget. The commissioners asked us to get together with a group of fire chiefs, 2 commissioners, Commissioner Martin and Linville were part of that, and county staff to really dive into the fire service, see what's going on, and come out with some recommendations. And so last year, during this same time, I reported out to the board some staff recommendations that came out of that group, what we discovered. So the recommendation one was to operate and fund fire services as a system instead of separate tax jurisdictions. We talked a little bit about how it's operating as a system already. The second was to establish an advisory fire commission to continue to study the system and address priorities to make recommendations. And the third was to develop a system-wide capital improvement plan so that we can ensure that we are replacing apparatus in a timely manner. So this is what, out of those recommendations in FY 2026, there were several accomplishments. So as part of the FY 2026 budget, the commissioners increased the overlay tax district by 1.4 cents to enhance delivery of fire services across the county, and it reduced the individual district rates back to revenue neutral. So if you think about that overlay rate, is something that's equal amongst the entire county. So this decreased some of the variance between tax rates and also provided over $3.2 million into the county fire system to add some additional capacity to have more reliable coverage, to get staff out. So it supported the county's fire suppression, prevention, and inspection efforts. It also, the Board of Commissioners established a fire commission and appointed individuals to that commission to study the system as was recommended, and also hired a consulting firm, North Carolina Fire Chiefs Consulting, to perform a study of the system's capital needs and make some recommendations as well. And that leads us to the FY 2027 recommendations, which we'll go through now. So we received that report a couple weeks ago. We received the overall takeaways a couple months ago. We provided that to the fire chiefs, the fire commission, and the Board of County Commissioners to review. And we also have met quite a bit with the fire commission and have some recommendations that we'll talk about as well from them. But the FY 27 budget really starts addressing some of those recommendations for both of those. It continues to provide that funding for guaranteed response in the entire fire system, which was what we talked about from FY 2026, the additional rate on the overlay. It continues that additional funding, but it also transitions to a countywide fire overlay district model and zeroes out those individual fire tax districts. And so as we talked about, as the system starts to, it really operates more like a system instead of individual districts. This recognizes that and provides one tax rate for the entire system instead of 25 different tax rates. So the recommended countywide fire overlay tax rate is 9.51 cents. 8.73 cents of that is going to support our ongoing fire suppression and prevention operations. So what we funded in FY 2026, that's what is going towards doing that. But the other priority that the board asked us to do was really look into capital improvement plan. And so an additional 0.78 cents funds a multi-year capital, starts the funding for a multi-year capital improvement plan. So we'll run through those these recommendations. So once again, it continues funding for guaranteed response through the fire system. All of the 16 departments recommended budgets continue that enhanced FY 2026 funding. So they all either received additional funds or their operational budgets either stayed the same or increased. It also adds 2 Forsyth County firefighter positions to the 09 program to remove the captain from the working truck. So the board had an emergency services assessment done a couple years ago, and that was one of the key findings of it. So we have 3 09 trucks throughout the county, as well as some firefighters who work in Vienna, and their supervisor, the captain, was actually riding one of those 09 trucks. So they were unable to really supervise their employees. And the assessment said that, we really need to make sure that we have a supervisor working with them. And so adding these 2 firefighters allows that captain to come off that truck and actually supervise our firefighters in the system. And that enhances our ability to really respond with quality service. You can see down here, FY 26 and FY 27 budgets, I've broken that out through the contract fire departments and the county fire attributable to the overlay. And so you can see about a $1.5 million, 8% increase for that. This also transitions the county to the fire overlay district tax model that we talked about, zeroes out those fire districts. So this, going into this model, it really, previously, everyone who was in the fire tax district paid their fire tax district plus the overlay. And so you have this combined rate that they paid. Moving to the single rate actually provides an overall tax decrease for residents of 10 of 25 fire districts. We talked about the variance that they paid. So some areas, especially in less developed areas such as Salem Capital, paid a higher rate but had less reliable service. This model has everyone in the county pay the same rate and allows us to fund fire departments in a way that they can actually provide service. I will say, if you just look at that 8.73 cents, that there's actually 16 of the 25 districts see a tax decrease. So it certainly is beneficial in the tax area. It also changes from us providing all of the funds from that tax district to these contracted fire departments to really paying on a reimbursement basis. The annual savings would then remain for the county, with the county, and would be able to be used for the system to help fund system-wide needs, specifically around capital. It also it continues the board's goal of creating a more equitable and consistent funding model across the fire system. So here's some of that data as well as an image and so, of the tax district. So once again, recommending a countywide rate is 9.51 cents. 10 districts see an overall tax decrease, and those additional 6 districts see a tax decrease before the capital's added. So once that capital rate's added, they see a lower tax rate increase. Even after all that, 4 tax districts of those 10, the tax decrease is larger than the general fund recommended budget tax increase, and so they would see a net lower tax bill because of this. The average district change is about 0.28 cents increase, even with the extra 0.78 cents for capital. We comparing this to the other model, which we'll talk about in a second, that we looked at, that model had a 0.92 cent average tax increase. So this is where we want to kind of make sure that I mention, the board created a fire commission to provide recommendations, and we've been working with them through these issues, and just want to really say that has been incredibly helpful. They've been very engaged and thoughtful about their recommendations, and so I want to share, they made 3 recommendations, and here's the first one. So we asked them in a short period of time to really do a couple things, and one of them was to recommend a funding model going forward for the system. Staff provided some options to them, ranging from going back to the rural district models, which really wouldn't even fund some of our departments, to going to the full overlay. And they considered this very thoroughly, and after all that, they actually recommended a different model than what is before you today. So they recommended moving personnel and capital costs for the entire system into the overlay, but still utilizing those rural fire and service tax districts for operational costs. When we were showing that to them, we didn't have our FY27 recommended budgets yet, so we were showing the current fiscal year numbers, so they saw the impact there, but didn't show what it would look like with our recommended budget for FY27. And so once we determined what we were going to recommend for FY27, we applied that model, and 5 of the 25 districts saw a tax decrease, only 5, whereas 10 see it in the full overlay. The largest tax increase was 0.01 cent more than if you went to the full overlay, and the largest tax decrease was 0.12 cents less. And so really, from a management perspective, we really appreciate moving in that direction, but we looked at the overall tax impact and decided that it really made sense from a management perspective to go ahead and maximize the tax decrease for these residents. And so when you compare the 2 models, the full overlay was better for 17 of 25 districts. The other recommendations that the Fire Commission made were around our goal of creating a capital plan. And so this budget does that. It allocates 0.78 cents for a multi-year capital improvement plan. This supports replacing aging fire equipment, but it looks at it from a system perspective. And so instead of one district getting a tax increase to afford replacing the equipment and apparatus in their district, you could look at it on an annual basis and replace 1 engine this year, 1 engine this year, and keep that capital plan flat. The Fire Commission reviewed and made recommendations for that first year, for the FY27, and they recommended a funding model. They also recommended the county purchase and own capital equipment through the overlay district. And so that was something that came up in the fire study. It's something that other communities are doing, where the county actually purchases that equipment, uses the overlay, and therefore can move that equipment around as needed. And so if there's a need to take some self-containing breathing apparatus and move it to a different district, or an engine and move it to a different district, you can do that because you're keeping it within that full tax district. The recommended budget for FY27 for capital that the Fire Commission made was replacing 2 engines in Clemens, replacing 1 engine in Piney Grove, the purchase of a tanker for Lewis Creek, replacement of 209, which is one of the county trucks for our firefighters, replacing the vehicle 346, sorry, that is a county pickup truck for our fire marshal's office, a UTV and trailer for the west side of the county, and then self-containing breathing apparatus replacement of $960,000. So the total was just under $6 million. The funding model that the Fire Commission recommended was essentially to use the existing fund balance that we have dedicated to fire. So I just want to make very clear, this is not general fund balance. This is fund balance that is specifically dedicated to fire. And so the board has used a strategy of using that fund balance to help pay for capital, help pay for system needs over the years. And so that is what's recommended in this model. It also fills whatever gap was left with added tax rate. One other thing I do want to mention is there is currently a county purchased fire engine that was approved back in 2022. That was supposed to be sent, slated to be sent to Union Cross Fire Department. There were 4 trucks purchased at the time. They looked at what are the 4 departments who have the oldest trucks, who have the most need, and it was determined at that time to provide, using ARPA funds to buy those trucks and deliver them to these 4 departments. It was ordered in 2022, so you can tell how long it takes to get a fire engine these days. But Union Cross, after that, went out and bought a new truck in 2023. And so they have a new truck. And so there was a lot of conversation with the Fire Commission. And I think there was kind of a strategy of we need to make sure that we were replacing the first out engine in every department. But then after that, keeping some spares for the system. So with Union Cross having a 2023 engine, Piney Grove was the next oldest engine. And so this, instead of spending an additional $1.3 million, recommends moving that truck to Piney Grove. I will just mention there is some, in the state budget, there's a possibility that some additional funds might be allocated to Piney Grove for a truck. And if that happens, then we'll go back and reassess this. But the budget does not make that happen. It is implicit in it because we're not putting $1.3 million in to replace that truck. But we'd have to take separate action back to the board to make that move, and that's not happening right now. So after that recommendation was made, staff really worked through some of these issues, looked at what, if there was anything that we could do to decrease that tax rate impact on this year, but still utilizing that philosophy that the Fire Commission recommended. And so working with staff, we found some savings. We lowered the cost of those 2 Clemens engines. We still have moving that Union Cross engine to Piney Grove. We found some savings in self-contained breathing apparatus, and we included the truck that we really need for our fire marshal's office. However, a couple of different items that we felt like we could wait on until FY 2026 closed, and we realized the fund balance for FY 2026 is the replacement of 209 and that utility terrain vehicle. But we do anticipate there will be funding when FY 2026 closes to fund those 2. We also, working with the chief from Lewis Creek, the tanker, there were some questions about what design, what they needed for that. So we felt comfortable delaying that purchase until FY 2028. And so here's just a comparison of what the Fire Commission saw and approved to what the staff recommendation is here. So in summary, this is kind of a transition for the fire departments. So these rural tax districts have been around for quite a bit of time. I know Commissioner Linville could tell you way more than I could about that. This really is kind of recognizing where the system has moved from a service delivery model of working at more of the system and funding it that way. It does provide that equitable tax rate that the board has said has been a priority, where you have one tax rate across the district. The transitions the county to ownership of capital, and that way, we can make decisions about where that's deployed and make sure we're being efficient. And then it also funds the first year of a long-term CIP while providing a structure to increase the fund balance for future funding by realizing those savings. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
There's a lot of work. Certainly, Commissioner Linville and I have been a part of that, all kind of this stuff in our
Fire Commission's got, I think, 6 members that are from the community, in addition to about 6 of our fire chiefs. So it's a good group, so they bring outside experience from fire departments, Charlotte and Wake, King. I mean, we got a lot of different folks that provide input into that. So I think it's been a hard-working group. We've met a lot. I did want to give one editorial comment, which was kind of thinking, I remember two, well, it's really two. One comment was back when we had a fire study done in 2015, 11 years ago. And it identified all of our, it made some similar kind of ratings. The recommendations were made in a different way, but basically it led to the same kind of thing. But it also looked at our equipment. And our equipment was in pretty good shape. The study said you got too much equipment because of the way you have positioned in all these stations. You could cover with fewer engines. And so I'm thinking we might be able to have some economies. But what happened, people try to keep fire, the industry standard is when a fire truck gets over 20 years old, it's time to be thinking about doing something different. Well, since 2015 to now, in 11 years, a whole bunch of our equipment got over 20 years old. So we no longer have excess equipment. We have a lot of old equipment. And so this process begins to address that. That was the first editorial comment. The second one was, in 2019, when the overlay district was created, I remember, our county manager, then, W. Watts, saying we're dealing with the same problems with volunteers. Almost the same issues. Not as bad now, but as it is now. But it was so. The idea was the initial overlay of creating our 01, 02, 03, our fire departments that we were county departments. We could postpone, they could supplement the volunteer services and postpone doing more. Well, it worked for 7 years. That small investment postponed moved until now, and it'll still take more time to implement, but we started that. So that was a good bridge to help us in that time, and it actually served, I think, taxpayers, everyone well. But I think it's a good plan and actually begins to move forward at a good pace. And when a whole lot, X number of people are going to pay less taxes overall as a result of this. And it used to always bother me that the person in Salem Chapel was paying 14 cents tax and the person in Clemens was paying 6. That was back a couple of years ago. And I said, whew. And the difference in service was probably a little different too. So it makes it provides equity among taxpayers in our county. And I think that is really, taxpayer equity is an important issue, I think.
Let me just add one thing, because I think that brought up. One thing this budget does not do is enhance staff further. And we had a lot of conversation at the Fire Commission about what's that minimum level of service. But we weren't really prepared to get that. We added significant funding to staffing this prior year. There's still some areas where we're not able to fill those positions. So I think the Fire Commission is going to be really diving into that in the coming year, looking at what that staffing model should be. But this does not do that. It adds the 2 staff for the county to solve the capping problem, but it does not add additional staff throughout the system.
I would just say study process looked good. Recommendations make sense. Nothing to add.
If it's just a medical call and it's not a priority one, does the engine have to be dispatched?
It does not, no, sir.
Okay. And this has no negative impact on the volunteer force?
It depends. There's 16 different fire chiefs. They probably have different conversations about that. I think this does not. The funding model does not. I think the staffing model does. I think there's some chiefs who feel like if you hire full-time staff, it decreases the number of volunteers. I will say, you go to 16 different departments, you're going to see 16 different volunteers, because we have a very diverse county in different places. And so, I don't think the funding model will significantly impact that necessarily.
I'll say a few things. Maybe I won't need this. I'm down my home and stays high enough anyway. So,
one question to the county attorney, whenever it's gone and missing, and hadn't been into these meetings we had, but we hadn't requested him to be there. Like, by transition to the overlay district, does that don't make we would not be using the individual tax district, but does that make it null and void that we're not using it?
No.
Okay, I just want to be clear on it because people voted on it and it's there. We just come up with something else that can be used in its place, but is the 15-cent cap still in place by using the overlay?
Yes.
Okay. Volunteers, Mr. Wilson. Back in the days, the volunteers actually started before I did. I come along a little bit later. I was in about this second generation of it. But a lot of people accuses me of thinking like that first generation before me. I don't deny that because I was around a lot of those people, and all that thinking wasn't bad either. Some of it's been useful. A lot of it has. The volunteers it seems to be gradually going away or dwindling in the more rural areas, the counties that are more rural still have more volunteers than probably counties like Wake and Forsyth and 2 or 3 others. Stokes County is still heavily dependent on volunteers. There's some volunteers all across the county. I don't know exactly what the number is now, but it's dropped a lot in the last few years. Salem Chapel, they're pretty much dependent on volunteers, and Blues Creek has, even though they got some paid personnel, Salem Chapel's got 1 personnel to cover 8 hours. But Blues Creek, they have probably they have quite a number of personnel. They probably got 25 or 30 volunteers. So I think there's some, maybe I don't need to bring up so many questions. Most of the time it's harder to answer questions or fix questions than it is to ask it. But there's some things here that I don't know that is absolutely completed or agreed to, and primary one of those is ownership of the equipment. That is not an absolute yet, is it?
As far as, are you specifically talking about the Union Cross truck?
No, who will own?
Oh, who will own the equipment?
Yes.
So this, it was the recommendation from the Fire Commission, and this proposal has us moving to where the county will own equipment going forward.
Going forward. New equipment.
All of
it. But not the old equipment.
Not
the old equipment is.
Is that right? Not the old?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Includes or not includes all of the new?
Only the new that the county purchases will be overlaid.
Okay. And there was so much stuff through all of this, and Kyle and the people that works in the fire, the volunteer, and then all of the county fire looked at it in more detail, and Kyle, yes, he does know a whole lot more about it now than I do. He might not have known, well, probably in the beginning he didn't know quite as much about it as he does now, but he's got a real good handle on it, and so, but still and yet that, the decision on the budget is gonna say about who will be owners of the new equipment. That's gotta be agreed to, isn't it?
Yes, sir, that language will be in the new contract that is sent out.
Okay.
And that has been communicated to the fire chiefs as well. We were at the Chiefs Council the other night, and we talked about it extensively in the fire commission as well.
Well, there was one thing that had been some discussion about him, and Kyle mentions it, about a truck that Union Cross bought, was it 23?
Yes, sir.
And it was, they bought it for their own tax district money, but there had already been decision be made that they would get a truck paid for by ARPA, and so there's been some discussion about that, and then about a new truck that Piney Grove would be getting at some point, that the possibility is pretty high that money might come from state to do that. And so that's going to have to occur to allow for the truck that Union Cross already has, and the one that's in the process of being built, to go there. So that's something it's not an absolute yet. Whatever the state decides, or it might be some bearing on that that'll have to be worked out. So as far as I can see, I think this is probably workable. I have to see things and let them be proven before I'm convinced a lot of times. And as time goes on, and exactly when that time will be, I see some more changes, but I really haven't heard anybody say anything about it. And I know myself, I can't think better than a whole lot of people can, so I don't know how that's going. When that might come, but I believe it will be some other changes that will come over time, and so hopefully this will work from now to whenever. So that's it.
Any other questions on fire? Okay. We are going to switch over to our capital improvement plan, and this is going to be a tag team of Kimberly Bussey, our Deputy Budget Director, and Lee Burkett, our Deputy Chief Financial Officer. Good afternoon. That worked? Cool. Hello, test.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a long day. I'm going to talk a little bit about our capital improvement program. Just want to back up high level as a reminder, this Forsyth County Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, is a multi-year forecast of capital needs. So the benefit of this new tool that we have is it identifies all capital projects and financial sources possible in the next 6 years. It is a planning tool for capital improvement, and just a reminder that it's not a static document. We will be evaluated annually and adjusted according to our accounting goals. However, having the 6-year plan or roadmap really gives staff the ability to do the work necessary for potential funding sources. Part of that annual evaluation of our existing capital projects and our needs is done with this new County Capital Development Committee. This was developed this last year. It involves budget, finance, management, general services, parks, MIS, airport, and risk. And again, this is for multi-department and organization collaboration and for review of existing and future needs. Just a reminder for what the CIP's the goals are for the projects that are included in the CIP, and we've talked a lot about deferred maintenance for county projects as well. So with that high-level look, we've done a lot of work on this funding mechanism this year. We brought a lot of information to you all, a couple of versions, and so we want to make sure that we're clearly articulating the funding mechanism for this plan that's included in the recommended budget. So we'll let Lee plug it.
Thank you. So just wanted to do a quick rehash of the funding strategy for the CIP. After the few iterations, I think we came to the current strategy, which essentially evaluated how much in capital that would be part of the CIP was funded in the current fiscal year. And we converted that to a property tax equivalent. And so that's where we got 11.65 cents. And so we said if we kept that amount dedicated into the next 6 years to fund the CIP, what does that look like? And so there's different pieces to that. So as a reminder, everything on these blue bars are related to the debt leveling plans. So these are ones that we've got 8.15 cents right now. And rolling into fiscal year 30, we've talked about where we got 2.3 cents rolling on. And so that's when a new bond referendum could be funded without a tax rate increase. And in the last meeting, we talked about in fiscal 31, there's additional 0.4 cents of debt leveling plan rolling off. And so utilizing the 2.3 plus the 0.4 in future years, that actually provided around a $352 million bond referendum in capacity in total. Obviously, that can change as the per penny changes, as we see that going up and down, but that's just a projection right now. So everything in blue is essentially just what is in debt leveling plan and then what is going to fund the future bond referendum, if you all approve it. In red is anything that's really not in the debt leveling plan. So most of it is going to be 2/3 bonds, debt service, as well as a 1.7 that goes to the schools annually to fund their capital maintenance program. And so that's everything that's existing on the books, plus if you choose to continue with the 1.7 every year. So that's what is in red. What we're proposing is, okay, we've got a little sliver here of where existing debt is rolling off the books. So all the debt service is rolling off. So we'll take this extra capacity starting in fiscal 27, which is 0.43 cents, and we'll say anything that rolls off, we're gonna use that to cover new debt service. And so new debt service would be tied to, as you'll see in the funding sources, there's some potential limited obligation bonds or installment financing, some type of financing pretty quickly to get some projects off the ground. And then our normal every other year 2/3 bonds. So that's what would be covered in as far as debt service goes, because those are not covered by debt leveling plans. So that's a separate piece. And then anything left over after that would be cash available to fund projects or to use in projects that I might have a shorter life, don't really make sense to be funded by 20-year bonds, and that kind of thing. And so I actually, I think Chantal asked me a question on this, and so I ran the numbers real quick just to make sure I understood and to see what it looked like. So in fiscal 27, this 0.43 cents, so that equates to this little sliver right here, is about $2.8 million. And so we're estimating maybe 700 to 1,000 of that would be used to cover debt service on our LOBs or installment financing, whatever financing structure works best for us. We're working with our FA and our bond counsel to figure out what makes sense with timing and all that. About 1.37 million would be for county projects, and then about additional 760 $770,000 to go to the schools as allocated in the CIP. So that's where it shows and how that extra capacity would be used here. And so when you actually roll it forward, I took a look and said, how much of that extra capacity actually goes to debt service versus cash for projects? And so the debt service number for all that extra capacity is about $43.1 million. Total cash is only about $5.2 million. That's over the 6 years. So you see a big chunk of it here. It's 8 million here. But next year, the cash projects or fiscal 28 is less than 500,000. Fiscal 29 is about 600,000. Nothing in 30. And then 2031, you get a little bump, about 2 million, but then nothing again in 2032. So it all depends on what the debt service looks like in those future years. So about 90% of that extra capacity is going to be eaten up with debt service on 2/3 bonds and the limited obligation bonds. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions on the funding?
I think I got it. In fact, I was talking to you said first.
When I went through this, actually, I did this PowerPoint, just a quick review late yesterday, actually last night, and my first, because I've seen these pictures before, and I thought about particularly the school part that we've kind of promised in that they would have, it could be up to, in fact, it's more now than we discussed earlier, about $300 million without a tax increase. And when I first looked at this, for both the green reductions there, the little green bars, I thought that was my first thought was, wait a minute, that's the debt service freed up from schools, when in fact that's not, that's the 2.3 and the 0.4 that are listed down here. And I did have in my head they would start like if you had a bond issue in 28, because that was an original plan. But if you had one in 28, you wouldn't have anything really to start paying anything off until 29. And that would fit me. So I was actually thinking it would be a little bit earlier, but that fits, and that's exactly, I'm sort of explaining publicly my confusions. So I got it. I got that, and that's good. And this is a way to approach this in a different way. So I got that. And where did the 766,828 for the school district in this first part? That come from? I noticed they're not in the school district's not on your CIP committee thing.
That's right. So that was really a sort of some extra capacity that we were going to have for cash.
Okay.
And so we've heard from the schools that they have some capital needs, especially in capital maintenance. As we're still working through their project list, we felt that would be a good opportunity to get some extra dollars their way. It's not tied to a specific project at this time. But we'll continue to work with them throughout this calendar year to dedicate some projects to that money.
Okay.
It's kind of extra first year of this kind of cash availability.
I got it. Thank you.
Excuse me, you were.
Okay. So just a reminder for these are CIP categories or groups, you might see them called throughout this this information. It's really looking at our county's needs. Those are the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. Those are Forsyth Tech, and then as Colleen mentioned, some work still to be done on the Fire Tax District Capital Fund, and then Horizon Issue projects. And you'll see those. They might be projects that do not have a fully fleshed cost associated yet, but we want you to be aware of them, that we know, or they could be fully fleshed out projects that we just do not have funding for at this time. So you'll see those on the Horizon project list. This is a look at the breakdown of the CIP currently, with a caveat that we have a pretty good list of projects for Forsyth Tech. We're still working on this project list for Forsyth County Schools. So we've kind of got a little bit of a placeholder for them at this juncture.
So that is just a placeholder, because I saw that too and said, we were talking about 300 million in the future as kind of a starting point minimum. So this is the capacity out of this CIP part.
That's right.
That could be in addition to the 300 million in the future.
This includes your referendum bond. So this includes your referendum number, and we have assumed that we're going to issue that, Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to assume that we're going to issue in 4 tranches like we've done in the past. So that can change as we get a better list, a better handle on lists from the schools. But right now, we're assuming that we're going to issue at $88 million every other year in 4 tranches.
But this is actually being paid out the little green part, right? This is not the 2030 beginning the 2 point, whatever it is, the 2.3%.
Yeah, so probably the confusing part is the CIP runs through fiscal year 32.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which only includes 2 issuances out of that referendum. So there's 88 million, so that $176 million of referendum bonds are within the CIP because of the time frame of the CIP. So we're only extending through fiscal 32.
Because the school district bond issue, they would have a 20-year window.
So yeah, so if we set up the same structure we did with the last one with 4 sales, 2 of the sales fall within the CIP time frame. The other 2 sales fall.
Correct.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
So ultimately, you get to.
Still get the same amount. Yeah.
So in the 31 and 32 years, you're actually counting on that 2.3 and the 0.4 actually to retire that's beginning to retire the debt on 142 or to make the whole thing work.
So, no, I definitely do. So I think probably what you're seeing here is taking a look at all funding sources. So it would include referendum bonds, 2/3 bonds, and a little bit of cash, are all making up that $142.9 million number.
For 6 years.
Within the CIP 6-year time frame. Yeah.
And then that's anticipated. That's anticipated. That would be 2 of the tranches of a bond referendum, assuming it's approved, et cetera. And those 2 tranches, we don't know what that might be. I'm just trying to think. You're asking people to vote on something. When they vote on it, they're looking at a 20-year debt level. 2 of the withdrawals, if you will, are the actual cash and beginning a payment plan would come before 2032. So there would be likely 2 more, and they would be covered in whatever that bond issue amount was. But what we're saying is at least a bond issue may not be exactly 300 million or the 352 as you showed, but it could be 352 and be covered, but part of it would be handled during this short CIP window that ends in FY32.
That's right.
So that's
you got it.
So that's kind of out of that piece.
And the tax rate to cover all 4 sales happens within the CIP. So that 2.3 cents that was rolling off, plus the 0.4 out in fiscal 31, so 2.7 cents. That would cover
the remaining
all of it.
A balance.
That's right.
on a minimum or up to 352.
That's right.
If there were a higher than that approved, it would require additional debt service and an additional amount, and the debt leveling plan would have to grow to get that.
Yes.
It would have to grow to get that into that window.
That's right.
So what we back several years ago when we talked to the school board about their bridge kind of money to get them to 2028, that 70-something odd million, to get them to that point, we talked about the 300 coming up, and we're not reneging on what we promised because it'll still work within this framework.
That's right.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I got it now, but last night I didn't have it.
You got it now. That's good.
I got it.
So that's right, just look at 6-year window of all funding sources together, and we're only seeing a couple of this one source down here from the GO referendum bonds. This is a look at your full CIP as presented by element, so by airport, county buildings, economic development, et cetera. You'll notice these are your expenditures and then your revenues. You'll notice there's a lot of dollars allocated to really our county buildings for a lot of our repair work. A lot of you have seen, if you're tourists, we appreciate you doing that. And at the sheriff's office, but largely at the law enforcement detention center. This is a look at those same projects by group and by project type. You'll notice for county projects, there's a lot of money in our major building renovations and in mechanical, electrical, and plumbing needs. And I wanted to zoom in on this CIP planned funding sources, really to call attention to this LOBS IFA projects uses there for the county. It's really the kind of the crux of this funding strategy is that it does leverage debt service for year one for us to be able to cover projects for the county, a lot of that deferred maintenance and larger projects for the county.
Actually, one other quick question. So what do you envision that, assuming it's a LOBS, for example, what do you envision the first amount? Was that 11 billion or something? What was it?
So, yeah, in the model is almost 11 million in this fiscal year. We're working right now, with James and his folks on timeline and when things will be available as far as the bid process, or design and the bid process. And so that's what's informing how we look at what the structure will be. And so if you remember, one structure we talked about that I think might work well, that Terry brought up that I think is a good idea, we did this with the courthouse where we did a drawdown. So we went out to the bank and said, hey, can we just draw down when we need it? We're not going to get a bunch of money up front. It's kind of like a bond anticipation note. So we said, hey, we're going to get this thing going and get these projects started. Let's draw down a little bit, and then when we get to a kind of a point to where we know exactly what the projects are going to cost, then we'll probably issue LOBs or some type of installment financing. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. I can't promise
you
that.
pay sort of an interim interest for that period of time until you actually, then of course the LOBs like.
That takes it out, yeah.
So where is that anticipated cost to by that time to do the LOBs? That's built in there somewhere.
Yeah, so if you, that third slide with the chart, there's about $700,000 built in fiscal 27 for debt service.
Yep.
We would cover.
So part of that could come out of that.
Yes.
To do that.
Yes.
It might take all of that, or is that, you said that's a placeholder.
That's
you
a
don't know how much.
That 700,000 assumes we'd issue 26 million all up front, but probably not going to do that. And so I think we'd have a little bit of capacity there if we don't. So maybe a few $100,000 potentially.
So our financial advisor on rating issues, when does that come into play?
If we did limited obligation bonds, that would come into play immediately.
And you would anticipate selling those probably until 28?
I think it depends on how quickly the projects get off the ground. It could potentially be by the end of the fiscal year. That's kind of what we're working on right now. If we went with a bank, we could go directly to a bank instead of selling it competitively. We don't have to get rated that way, but it's more expensive debt. So.
Yeah, but you're looking at likely a rating at the end of FY27 or the beginning of FY28. And bond advisors,
right now.
Bond advisors good with that, and but where are they talking AAA or less?
I mean, our ratios don't look good, so I think it's going to be a difficult, at least with Moody's, it'll be a difficult rating. S&P on the fund balance side is doing pretty good, but it's the Moody's, it can be rough. Yeah. And I don't know that timing will help that either way. Terry, if you agree with that.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
So we're going to take a look now at our capital projects by element, and certainly hit some that have some substantial projects in fiscal year 27. We'll start off with the airport. The airport is largely funded by outside grants, NCDOT, or the FAA. You see the same as here, and then some airport fund balance used really for grant matches. And in fiscal year 27 for the airport, you all seen this 4001 North Liberty Street hangar is a priority for the airport. Certainly, we've got a $1.2 million plan to replace HVAC controls, and an additional project that is expecting an NCDOT grant for security and wildlife management. County buildings, again, this is one of the largest areas in the CIP, the largest element. It's $33 million over 6 years. This is where a large chunk of those lofts will fund some of these projects, some of these major renovation projects. In fiscal year 27, it also includes HVAC replacement at DSS and Fleet, the Liberty Street warehouse building. Something has to be done with that facility with the roof in order to stay operational.
So that is just fixing the roof at that warehouse.
That is a repair cost, but I think staff's working on a proposal for a potential rebuild. Kind of going to compare what makes the most sense for that building. And this also includes a project called Capital Request from the General Fund. So some of the cash is going to ballistic vests for the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Services, a weapons switch out project, and some replacement equipment for parks and general services. Economic development, I just wanted to point out one project that's going to come up in fiscal year 27. This is utilizing the Wahlberg Basin project that we have a grant for. It might come in lower than expected, and want to try to request approval to redirect about $1 million of that grant to some water and sewer in another section. And I did just want to point out too that historically this has been funded by PAYGO, so we are embracing the CIP as a proactive funding mechanism, and so you notice there's not a lot included in future years. This might be an area for us to consider as we move forward.
What if there's more money left over in that sewer than one thing? I think the legislature worked on this money, got had the word southeast in it on purpose, but as you go to it, and of course this could be in the southeast, it could be, but at some point that they're going to want to zero that out or see it may be more than $1 million left over. Sure.
Yes, sir. And so I know Kirby and his team that work with the Court Driver identified where the next sites are. I know there are some additional sites in the southeast that are potential, but as we get design and construction bids, we will better have an idea of what's left over. I think we can make a determination where we sit in the remainder. But they're going ahead and on the front end and finding those locations, and there are some in the southeast.
For emergency services, you notice a few projects here in fiscal year 27 that are funded by cash projects, and then some potential projects for 28. So I'll talk about those briefly. Some essential projects for 27 include the generator for Fire Station 9, and there is an EMS-based design and land acquisition project for $500. It really starts the conversation about what we need to do for our kind of consolidated effort of a new base. And that might have bearing on what happens in fiscal year 28, since it's maybe one of those projects that we go back and we reevaluate what the results are of that, any movement we make in 27 on this base design. The Sheriff's Office is next. We've got some high dollar projects here, especially for the cell floors that you've seen. This is the HVAC replacement at $5.8 million in 27. That's an essential project. The chiller at the Public Safety Center, the LEDC south slider replacement, that's some locks and doors for $400,000, and a capacity study for the law enforcement detention center. We know that the average daily population at the jail has been high, and so we want to make sure we're preparing adequately for any types of movement we need to make on having some additional capacity. Chip?
I just want to make sure the LEDC HVAC replacement, that includes that basement boiler, yes?
Yes. That's like number one.
The LEDC includes the replacement boiler. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before you, I'm catching up with on the EMS part. It says base design and land acquisition. Is that for a new one in the future or renovation? What does that mean? Is it renovating this, the old one?
It's not. It's design work.
So that is after some of the conversations and presentations we've given to you all about the issues leading to other areas. It's money to go ahead and study additional base, additional deployment site somewhere. There are funds in the CIP in FY28 for renovations at the Fifth Street EMS location, but the funds in FY27 are about.
So that's the 500,000.
Jason.
And in fiscal year 28 for emergency services, it's to renovate the EMS station, and it's for the fire station 9. They need a new roof. We're not going to do anything different. There's some work that needs to be done in that building as well.
Yeah.
Also, just wanted to mention the 911 center UPS replacement that needs to happen pretty quickly. So we're going to move now into the schools with a different group. This is for Scythe Tech. They've done a great job with their projects, or their project request list that they've given us. And we've tried to largely move back to what they would typically see in 2/3 money in fiscal year 28, and move back a lot into referendum. And so some more work done maybe to do in our prioritization of these projects along with the schools.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
The 911 center UPS, what is the UPS? I'm sorry.
Uninterrupted power supply.
Thank you, okay.
Yeah. Battery backup.
Got it.
Generator combo generator.
Essential for the 911 center to function.
Yes.
I'm going to look at the schools. This is that includes that additional capacity. The bridge that you mentioned in 2/3 bonds in fiscal year 28 includes the 1.735 plus the 770,000 of extra dollars in 27 as we continue to work on their project list. Any questions about projects? Go on to Horizon issues.
The repair to the site, is that repair or replacement?
Which project?
It says main campus building roof repair.
It's probably just a new roof, but I can get some additional details and give it to you.
New roof sounds better.
So again, Horizon issues, these things that you see here in particular have been largely fleshed out in their cost. They're just had to prioritize. Not everything could be included with this plan with our funding mechanism. So their best to include some things is certainly still a work in progress. For us, for the county, does not include facility condition assessment as we had originally planned in fiscal year 27. Some work in the kitchen over at Fire Station 9 does not include a facility assessment for the schools either. So. That's all I have for you. I think you've seen this a million times from me this year. We just wanted to be clear though about the funding mechanism.
Yeah, and Kim, just one thing to add. As a reminder, in this project, fiscal 27, we do have the $2.5 million courthouse savings. So I know that's still a little bit in the air, but we are including that as part of the county CIP. So just to bring it up to make sure everyone's on the same page and understanding all the funding sources.
And I can tell you what projects we've got currently allocated to those, to that funding, which is $2.5 million. And that includes the LADC slider, the jail cell doors, the capacity planning study, the UPS replacement for the 911 center, the DSS and fleet repair and replacement, Fire Station 9 generator, our EMS base and land site acquisition, and the countywide camera replacement and repair. Those are what we have allocated to that money at this juncture. So.
Okay. One question. I have jump on that. The electrification of the county fleet, is the intention on that just to use the electric type vehicles for what it's most suited for?
I think that's correct. So the electrification projects include both infrastructure and new electric vehicles. And so I know we've got started to add some to the fleet now. We're just getting our the infrastructure online. And so I think that Fleet is still understanding how to implement them in.
Primarily the fleet is the question about.
Yes.
So, and also, find out, in the event of, accident of an electric vehicle, and all of us got pretty good sized batteries in them, I guess, whose responsibility is, never heard of one person to ask me that question, whose responsibility is to clean the mess up on a battery if there is an accident? Because those things is more than just a battery you start your car with. You don't have to give me the answer today, just sometime.
We can find out.
Mr. Wilson probably knows that.
I know they'll still have that truck problem. That's all.
You got that under control?
Not me, but I know somebody might.
There are plenty of electric cars that have been in accidents to this point. I imagine there's one happening right this minute somewhere. And I suspect, I don't think that the cleanup is as bad as any more than any other accident.
You know?
I don't think so.
Well, it depends on if there's a fire or not. But,
Now, fire, as another dimension to everything, it's how you put that fire out.
Well, I hope we don't, because if Mr. Wilson gets a client that's shot and the county has an accident, he'll have to recuse himself or he will not take the case, and I would hate to see it. We'd be at a disadvantage, right, with his expertise as an attorney. So,
while we're on this 2.5 million for the courthouse, have we gotten a letter from AOC about what they promised to not do or do?
So what I've been told is that they are going to do an MOU. I received a draft that they have utilized from Wake County. And the draft that I've received from Wake County states that the county would still be responsible for repairs and maintenance after the warranty period expires, as well as responsible for annual subscriptions of Cisco. So that is the latest version I have seen. I asked that question to Judge Vorhill yesterday and just waiting on a response, because what he previously stated when I met with him and Judge Gottlieb was that the state stated that they would maintain and repair, but the MOU draft that they sent does not, says otherwise. So I'm not sure. I know that they requested to meet with the commissioners next Tuesday, and several of you have committed to doing so. But at this point, I do not have a final MOU document, and it does not state that they would take care of repair and maintenance beyond the warranty period.
How long is that?
The warranty period, I'm not sure. I just looked at the document they had. Hopefully he responds back. He's usually pretty quick. He is on it. So hopefully I'll hear back and get clarity.
I'll just hold that until next week.
Yes.
But what's the lifespan projection for the equipment that they're talking about, Bob?
I'm not sure. I'll have to get that information.
And who would pay for the new equipment when this equipment goes?
What I was told verbally, Judge Vorhill stated that AOC said they would do that. But the document they sent me yesterday, even the one that I got a copy of, I know Commissioner Wilson has seen it as well, it states otherwise. So
Well, you referenced repair and maintenance, but not replacement.
I will have to go back to the language because I'm going off memory, but I'm not sure.
But it would certainly be nice to know what's happened in other courthouses that have this equipment in it, because it is pretty standard to have this kind of everywhere. I don't know if it's everywhere, but I'd be curious. I don't think every county in this state or once is paying for all that stuff for their courthouse.
They are not, and Chelsea, I am going to put you on the spot because I know you know all things courthouse, and I've done a lot of research on this. This has created some challenges for various counties who've been told multiple things and different things have happened. So we're going to give you a microphone. This is Chelsea Swain, for those who may not know, our Deputy General Services Director.
So no, we don't think every county has it. There are different ways that it's being handled in the counties that do have it. We've heard that some counties have funded it up front And then when something happens, they just say, sorry, we don't have any money. I think in one county, there's actually unoperable equipment. It's actually sitting in courtrooms and they just can't use it and the county is not opting to replace it. Then some counties, I think, are maintaining it and are just wrapping that up into their annual budget.
But the state is not paying for it in any case that you're familiar with?
Not that I'm familiar with, but I don't want to say that as a blanket statement because I haven't checked with every single county.
And what I will say, what Judge Broyhill relayed to me, is that the state allocates kind of a baseline of amount of technology per county to create, there's some sort of, I'm going to say, equitable type calculation model, and they will not do more than that. And so because we would be purchasing more than what their base is, that is why they're not willing to cover the annual subscription for Cisco, which is the way in which you're able to maintain your system. So even if we hypothetically agree to give them almost $2 million worth of equipment for free, they're not willing to cover the cost of an annual subscription, which is about $40,000, because it goes beyond what they allow for our particular courthouse based on this model. And both judges fully understand, like, it doesn't really make sense. It's just how their system, how AOC systems work. What we've heard is that some counties who have opted to provide equipment was told that AOC would then maintain it, repair it, replace it, and they did not, which is why we've been adamant that we want to see something in writing. What's the commitment to make sure we're not on the hook for it? And that's what we've been waiting on.
AOC is unpredictable, and the leadership changes often, and they're often judicial officials. And it doesn't matter about the size of the county. Haywood County, which is in the middle, has a very sophisticated system. Caldwell County has a great CRAVE system. Some large counties don't have that sophistication. Many small counties do.
And you think AOC paid for the small counties?
That's a good question. I don't know. It depended on who was, the director of the AOC at the time, probably.
The director of the AOC is appointed by the Chief Justice.
That position changes frequently.
So hopefully by Tuesday, we'll have more information to be able to share.
Is that Donald
All right, so our next steps, I appreciate all of the time and attention today. I know it's been a long day, is our public hearing, which is scheduled for next Tuesday, May 19th at 6 p.m. in the Commissioner's Chambers on the 5th floor. And then we have budget workshops beginning next Thursday, May 21st, and then May 28th, if needed, at 9 a.m. Possible budget adoption on June 4th, and certainly if you need more time, we just have to make sure we're adopting by the end of June. I do want to call to your attention, we did pass out just kind of a budget at a glance document. It's just a little one-pager for you that hopefully just helps you as well as your constituents to better understand what this recommended budget entails. If there's anything specific that you would like staff to make sure we have prepared for the budget workshop next week, please let us know. We always kick off with whatever follow-up items there may be, and it's really just your meeting, your time to deliberate.
All right, so we're finished.
We are finished.
We stand adjourned.